The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Will the House and gallery please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by the chaplain.
Lord God, in whom we live and move and have our being, we thank you for this opportunity to serve you with our lives. With great gratitude, we place in your hands what you have given us, our lives, our hearts, our minds, our words. May everything that we do today be for your glory, not for ours. May all of our actions and words today be for the good of your people, the people that you have entrusted to us, and for whom we will render an account. Without you, we can do nothing, Lord, but with you, all things are possible. So we beg you, be with us today, you who are God forever and ever. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Andy Murr of Kimball County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Members, visitors in the gallery, please join me in the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Chair will now hear excuses for absent members. Please excuse Mr. Slayton because of important business in the district. On the motion of Mr. Slatchline, is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 6, Schwartner, relating to the establishment of the Texas Energy Insurance Program and other funding mechanisms to support the construction and operation of electric generating facilities. SB 7, Schwartner, relating to the reliability of the ERCOT power grid. SB 12, Hughes, relating to restricting certain sexually oriented performances.
Thank you, sir. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Yun Shi from San Antonio as the Doctor of the Day. Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense the reading of referral bills until the end of today's business. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Members, a few announcements before we begin. Assuming we finish our work today, we will adjourn until Monday. Next week, we will convene at 2 p.m. on Monday, 10 a.m. on Tuesday, 10 a.m. on Wednesday, 10 a.m. on Thursday, and 9 a.m. on Friday. We will have our first local and consent calendar next Friday as well. Dr. Alma Allen has a birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday, Dr. Allen. The following motion in writing, the clerk will read the motion.
HB 1 and SB 30, motion to suspend rules and authorizing floor privileges. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 5, Section 11 of the House Rules to entitle necessary staff from the Committee on Appropriations, the Legislative Budget Board, and the Speaker's office to privileges of the floor of the House during the consideration of HB 1 and SB 30.
Is there objection to adoption of the motion? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out the following resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
SCR 39 by Whitmire, granting the legislature permission to adjourn for more than 3 days during the period beginning on Thursday, April 6, 2023, and ending on Thursday, April 11, 2023.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a resolution that authorizes adjournment for more than 3 days. The resolution authorizes the House or Senate to adjourn from today until Tuesday. However, it is my understanding that the Calendars Committee has set a calendar for Monday, and the House will convene at 2:00 p.m. on Monday. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of SCR 39. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Mr. Toth voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 147 ayes and 0 nays. SCR 39 is passed. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
HR 481 by Davis, congratulating Pamela Dawson of DeSoto ISD on her receipt of the 2023 Music Educator Award from the Recording Academy.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd ask that you would join me in this awesome recognition. Today, House Resolution 481 congratulates Ms. Pamela Dawson of DeSoto Independent School District on being named the recipient of the 2023 Music Educator Award by the Recording Academy, the organization that confers the annual Grammy Awards. Ms. Dawson is currently the choral music director at DeSoto High School. She's taught varsity chorus, handbells, and piano for 15 years. She's one of not only our music teachers and educator, overseeing the choral programs at DeSoto Middle School. Choirs under her direction have consistently received high ranking in competition and have performed at Carnegie Hall and in London, England. In 2022, Ms. Dawson was inducted into the DeSoto Independent School District Hall of Fame. She's worked extensively with the Texas Music Educators Association and is a member of the American Choral Directors Association and the Texas Choral Directors Association. She served as chair of the DeSoto Arts Commission and helped organize its music festivals and events. Joining us on the dais is Ms. Pamela Dawson, and I'd ask that everyone welcome her and congratulate her on this outstanding recognition for Texas. I'd like to also ask Ms. Cynthia Renee Thompson, who's accompanying her today as a communications director for DeSoto ISD, if you'd stand so we could at least thank you for being here and celebrating it with us. Thank you. You want to say something? You stand something?
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 684 by Buckley, recognizing Texas fine arts educators for their contributions.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I stand before you very proud in recognition of Texas fine arts educators. Could any of our fine arts educators in the gallery please stand? And I guess it'd be appropriate to take a bow. Fine arts teachers are everyday heroes who touch the lives of their students in immeasurable ways, providing them with a source of inspiration, guidance, and hope that extends far beyond the classroom. The arts, including music, visual art, theater, and dance, can significantly impact personal growth by improving cognitive development, critical thinking, problem solving, and building self-confidence. Texas is privileged to have over 1.8 million public school students enrolled in fine arts courses and programs, and these students consistently demonstrate higher attendance, test scores, and graduation rates. Texas takes pride in its exceptional fine arts educators who are national leaders in their respective fields, inspiring and nurturing the next generation of creative minds. Their unwavering commitment and dedication are exemplified by the recent back-to-back National Grammy Music Educator Award winners, Stephen Cox of San Antonio Independent School District and Pamela Dawson of DeSoto ISD, who continue to raise the bar for excellence in fine arts education in Texas and beyond. The House of Representatives of the 88th Texas Legislature recognizes fine arts educators for their contributions and expresses sincere appreciation for their outstanding work. Thank you for being here today.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 976.
Members, you heard the motion. Is objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 976 by Bernal, congratulating Stephen Cox on receiving the 2022 Music Educator Award from the Recording Academy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the heels of Ms. Davis's recognition, we have the 2022 Grammy Music Educator Award winner, Mr. Stephen Cox. And I think he's there he is, in the gallery. Stephen currently serves as director of bands of Fox Tech, Cass Tech High Schools, and the Advanced Learning Academy, where my daughter goes and is a kindergartner. So she'll be in band soon, I hope. Prior to joining San Antonio ISD, Stephen served as a band director at Eastland High School for 10 years. His accomplishments are numerous, including conducting a number of sweepstakes award-winning bands, trips to state marching contests, being named one of the 50 directors who make a difference by School Band and Orchestra magazine, and now a Grammy Award. House District 123 is lucky and proud to have such a dedicated educator. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up the resolution for Tejano Day.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk would read the resolution.
H.R. 953 by Guerra, honoring the Texas Association of Mexican American Chambers of Commerce on the occasion of Tejano Day at the state capitol.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker and members, last session, the legislature declared April 6th of each year as Tejano Day. Happy Tejano Day. I'm honored to welcome the Texas Association of Mexican American Chambers of Commerce to the legislature today to celebrate their work in advancing Tejano and Tejana business owners and entrepreneurs. Please stand and be recognized. Thank you. For nearly half a century, the Texas Association of Mexican American Chambers of Commerce has worked to strengthen the Hispanic business community. Established in 1975, considered the first statewide Hispanic chamber. In 2022, TMACC hosted the inaugural TMACC Hispanic Leadership and Business Summit and the first Pancho Medrano Legislative Summit, where it engaged with other minority business organizations to promote improvements to the historically underutilized business programs. TMACC collaborated with the Texas State University in a number of areas, including the provision of small business resources through the Scale Up program. Mr. Speaker, members, please help me in welcoming the members of the Texas Association of Mexican American Chambers of Commerce who are here today to honor Tejano Day. TMACC Executive Officer Alejandra de la Torre. Give her a big hand, please. TMACC Vice Chair of Women's Initiatives, Laura Ramirez. Give her a big hand, please. Thank you. I remember the day that the Tejano Monument was recognized here on the Capitol grounds. And quite frankly, that day was actually before I actually became a member of this body. But I was honored. My wife and I were honored because we got to unveil the bull. It's on the Tejano Monument. Felo Guerra and his beautiful wife unveiled the cow. if I want to encourage each and every one of you to visit the Tejano Monument. It's a beautiful remembrance of what Tejanos have done for the state of Texas. And also remind you that Tejanos were here before Texas was ever Texas as a state. And we've fought very hard to continue these traditions and make sure that Tejanos are honored in every way for the state of Texas and its constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted.
Saying, Mr. Speaker, there's some pan dulce that we brought here to the members' lounge. I'd ask for each one of you to engage. Yeah, I'm told there's not as much as there was earlier this morning. But anyways, thank you so much, and God bless each and every one of you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click for a recognition.
Members, today is Long-Term Care Nurses Day at the Capitol. We have a number here in our, if you all want to stand so that we can recognize you. You care for some of our most vulnerable citizens and try to provide a home-like setting. You work hard to create a safe and supportive environment for patients. We are so happy to have you here at the Capitol today, and thank you for all you do, and welcome to your state capitol. Members, you can meet with the nurses in the LCC between 9:30 and 11:30 and 1 to 3 to chat or to get a free blood pressure check. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes Mr. Harris for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. As you all know, even the freshmen who are here, this job can be very difficult on our families. The time that it requires to be away from them, and then when the unexpected happens and we lose someone, it makes that job much more difficult. Last night, my desk mate and my buddy lost his daddy. When I talked to him last night on the phone to check in on him, he said, you know, my daddy thought this job was really important, and so I think he would want me to be here today. The one day that we're constitutionally required to do something, he would want me to be here. And so our friend Brad Buckley is here with us, even though he lost his daddy at the age of 79, Tommy Buckley, just last night. So members, I ask that you join me in a moment of silence in paying tribute to a great man, somebody that Brad spent every day talking to. Members, join me in a moment of silence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, may I move that the remarks by Representative Harris be reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members heard the motion. Objection, Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 30. The clerk will read the bill.
SB SB 30 by Huffman, relating to supplemental appropriations and reductions in appropriations and giving direction and adjustment authority regarding appropriations.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 30 until after House Bill 1.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, the chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 639. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 639 by Lozano, relating to the number of temporary licenses to conduct bingo issued to certain authorized organizations in a calendar year.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is that bill that was brought to me by our volunteer firefighters in my district, but which would apply to charitable organizations all across the state that would allow them to have non-temporary bingo licenses. All we did in the bill was strike the number 6 and increase it to 12. So they can now apply for 12 non-annual temporary charitable bingo licenses to raise funds for their equipment. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 639. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Harrison voting aye. Mr. Gator voting aye. Mr. Harrison voting nay. Ms. Morales voting aye. Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 13 nays, HB 639 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1161. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1161 by Meyer, relating to the confidentiality of home address information for victims of child abduction and to the administration of the Address Confidentiality Program by the Office of the Attorney General.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1161 will help protect child abduction survivors by keeping their families' addresses confidential. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1161. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There have been 148 ayes and 0 nays. HB 1161 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1228. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1228 by Metcalf, relating to the right of a property owner or the owner's agent to receive on request a copy of the information used to appraise the owner's property for ad valorem tax purposes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1228 would allow a property owner or property owner agent to request and obtain data, schedules, formulas, and other information used to appraise the property before ever scheduling a protest. I move adoption.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1228. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 148 ayes and 0 nays. HB 1228 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1363. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1363 by Kemple, relating to the repeal of the Real Estate Inspection Recovery Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shrinking government. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1363. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kemple voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 148 ayes and 0 nays. HB 1363 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 162. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 162 by Murr, relating to minimum standards for prescribed burns.
We have no Murr. The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain Mr. Murr's bill.
Members, this is the bill y'all voted on yesterday about prescribed burns. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 162. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. There being 147 ayes and 0 nays, HB 162 is finally passed. Before we begin HB 1, I will ask the reading clerk to read Section 3 of the calendar rule relating to opening debate. The chair recognizes the reading clerk to read Section 3.
Section 3, opening debate. A, the opening debate on HB 1 shall not exceed 40 minutes. One extension of time not to exceed 20 minutes may be granted by majority vote. A second extension of time may be granted only by unanimous consent. B, The first 20 minutes of the opening debate period shall be reserved for an explanation of the bill without interruption by the bill's author and in succession by the chair of each subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee. C, the second 20 minutes of the opening debate period and any extensions granted pursuant to this rule shall be reserved for the bill's author and the subcommittee chairs to respond to questions from members regarding the content of the bill. The speaker may alternate between recognizing the bill's author and recognizing the appropriate subcommittee chair to respond to a question from another member.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
I'm waiting for the bill to lay out, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Tinderholt, pursuant to the calendar rule, the first 20 minutes of the layout is uninterruptible, so it'll be about 20 minutes. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1 by Bonin, General Appropriations Bill.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute for House Bill 1 is the culmination of months of work by the Appropriations Committee. I thank the members of the committee, the subcommittee chairman, for putting together the budget that you have in front of you. This bill provides historic investments in property tax relief, public education, and that includes increasing the state's share of public education, decreasing recapture, and also increasing the budgets in our school districts. Additionally, this supports higher education, infrastructure, and many other issues that are critical to our constituents. The amendments that we will consider today and the bill that this chamber will debate over the coming weeks will produce a final budget that represents the priorities of the state. The committee substitute for House Bill 1 spends $136.9 billion of general revenue. When accounting for what is included in Senate Bill 30, this amounts to a 4.1% increase in general revenue spending over the current biennium. This proposal is within all of the constitutional spending limits and the new statutory consolidated general revenue limit that we passed last session. Members, I'd like to provide a few highlights of this budget and recommend that you reach out to the subcommittee chairman and the other members of the Appropriations Committee for a more extensive list of how House Bill 1 impacts your constituents. The committee substitute for House Bill 1 includes $82.8 billion in all funds to support public education. This is an increase of $11.8 billion in new funding from the current biennium. The state's share of funding, which is general revenue dedicated, and other funds, in this committee substitute represents an increase of $12.8 billion, or 22.3%. Included in this amount is $875 million to active teacher health care program, TRS Active Care, and this will ensure that premiums do not outpace the medical trend indicators of 5%. There's $2.5 billion in general revenue to fully fund enrollment growth, $2.4 billion in general revenue for increased golden penny yield. The golden penny yield, which funds maintenance and operations for districts, is increasing by 31.4%, going from $98.56 million in the current fiscal year to $98.56 per penny in the current fiscal year to $129.52 in fiscal year 25. There's $5 billion in general revenue that is contingent upon other public school legislation that will be coming through the Public Education Committee and to the floor of the House. With these increases to the Foundation School Program and the proposed $12 billion to compress tax rates, the state share of public education funding will exceed 50%. This increased investment will result in less M&O taxes that are paid and collected locally, more money in the pockets of your constituents, and a continued increase in the state's contribution in the funding of the public education entitlement. House Bill 1 funds Medicaid at $79.3 billion for the biennium and fully funds the projected caseload growth in CHIP, foster care, adoption, and permanency care assistance programs. House Bill 1 continues the state's commitment to mental and behavioral health by funding nearly $5 billion in all funds for community mental health for adults, children, and crisis services. For our institutions of higher education, we secure a freeze on tuition and fees for students, while the state provides additional funding for major budget drivers in higher education, which includes formula funding, Hazelwood costs, enrollment growth, and increased funding for our comprehensive regional universities. This budget invests in our highway system by fully funding TxDOT's request for road design and construction identified in the UTP. It provides significant funding to address critical water infrastructure, flood mitigation projects, and money for the state portion of the cost-sharing agreement for the Texas Coastal Spine Project. Additionally, this budget makes huge strides in ensuring that our public safety officers and the judiciary have the resources they need to keep Texans safe. The subcommittee members will now lay out their respective articles, and once we have completed those layouts, I am happy to take any questions.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Chairman Bonin, for the layout of House Bill 1. I am extremely excited and honored to talk to you a little bit about what we have in Articles 1, 4, and 5. Members, the budget provides the first cost of living adjustment for all state employees since 2013. Inflation is impacting all of us, and with thousands of new Texans moving here, each week the demand for state services has never been higher. The budget includes also a 5% raise for each fiscal year of the biennium and delivers relief to those who serve our constituents. In Article 1, which is general government, House Bill 1 includes an additional $900.3 million to eliminate the unfunded liabilities of the LECOS and JRS2 retirement systems and to put our state contributions on a sound footing moving forward. Members, this will ensure that our law enforcement and judicial public servants get the pensions that they have earned. In Article 4, the judiciary, House Bill 1 provides an additional $40 million for indigent defense services, including $20 million to increase access to public defenders in rural communities. We can all be proud that we are supporting the constitutional rights of our constituents. And additionally, it includes $36.8 million to include judges and district attorneys in the statewide salary increases. This is the first increase since 2013 and provides inflation relief to our judicial officers. In Article 5, which is our public safety article, it provides $401.6 million to stabilize the juvenile justice system, including $144.4 million in additional resources for juvenile probation departments. This funding will help retain staff, which we've heard so much about, eliminate the backlog of youth awaiting placement, and improve rather than expand our current system. Additionally, we provide $343.8 million for the second phase of climate control installation at our state correctional facilities. Members, this is a generational opportunity to support rural state jobs, provide relief to our correction staff, and reduce inhumane treatment of inmates. Lastly, House Bill 1 includes $118.8 million for additional funding for community supervision and corrections departments, the largest increase in a decade. Members, you will find that this funding will ensure our local probation departments have the resources that they need to keep our communities safe. In closing, I would like to thank Chairman Bonin, Vice Chair Spiller, Representative Allison, Representative Dayala, and Representative Jarvis Johnson for their guidance and hard works on Articles 1, 4, and 5. I'd also like to thank our appropriation staff and LBB analysts who have been so wonderful. And with that, we'll continue with Article 2, Representative Jatan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would like to first thank Chairman Bonin for the opportunity to work on Article 2 and for his leadership throughout the process. The agencies within Article 2 have a critical role in providing for the health and well-being of Texans and protecting our most vulnerable populations. This budget before us increased funding for many of the House core health-related priorities. House Bill 1 funds Medicaid at $79.3 billion for the biennium and fully funds the projected caseload growth. Included in the amount is $1.5 billion in all funds, including $0.7 billion in general revenue to support community attendance, increase rate enhancement programs, and increases the rate for intermediate care facilities and certain waiver programs. Nearly $5 billion is included for non-Medicaid and CHIP mental health and behavioral health services across the three agencies, including funding for community mental health services for veterans, inpatient mental health services at state-owned and community hospitals, and substance abuse prevention, intervention, and treatment services. This is an increase of $1.3 billion in general revenue for outpatient, inpatient mental health services, including mental health, state hospital operations, mental health community hospitals, and mental health grant programs. In early childhood intervention program, House Bill 1 maintains the fiscal year 2023 average cost of $433 per student or per child at an increased caseload above LBB projections. The budget before you includes $438 million in state essential women's health programs, including Healthy Texas Women's Family Health Planning and breast and cervical cancer services. That's a $93.2 million increase over the current biennium. Maternal mortality and morbidity increased to be an important issue, continues to be an important issue and critical priority to the House. This budget increases funding to the Department of State Human Services, Health Services for statewide maternal and child health initiatives by providing $2.6 million for maternal health data improvements. Funding for Child Protective Services, CPS functions in the Department of Family and Protective Services totals $4.2 billion for client services programs, including foster care, adoption subsidies, permanency care assistance payments, relative caregiver payments, and daycare. This funding includes an increase in $177.8 million in general revenue for foster care rate increase and the transition into rate modernization. Additionally, $1.3 billion in general revenue is provided to CPS direct delivery staff, including service providers provided through community-based care, CBC, as well as funding for this to expand CBC into 4 additional regions. Members, this budget makes significant investments towards improving the lives of countless individuals across the state. I want to thank the subcommittee members who worked hard on this article, Vice Chair Rose, Representatives Howard, Stuckey, Wu, Orr, and Gates. I also want to recognize and thank Article 2 analyst Brian Anovian, who provided amazing support and guidance throughout the process. Each of you invested a significant amount of time and work into the process and helped prioritize requests and craft Article 2 budget that the entire House can be proud of.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Deeper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute for House Bill 1 reflects our highest priorities this session: schools, students, and teachers. In public education, the budget includes an additional $12.8 billion in general revenue over current law entitlement to fully fund school districts and charter schools. The total amount includes $17.3 billion for property tax relief and $5 billion for transformational education reforms. The supplemental includes an additional $1.6 billion in general revenue for school safety and security initiatives. As health care for active teachers is a priority for all of us, this budget includes $875 million to hold TRS active care premiums to an average increase of 5%. The supplemental includes $3.5 billion to provide multiple benefit enhancements to retired teachers, including a gain-sharing ongoing cost of living adjustment contingent on the passage of HB 600 and HJR 2. In higher education, the committee substitute for House Bill 1 funds the institution's top priorities: financial aid, formula funding, and research support. The committee substitute for House Bill 1 adds approximately $1 billion to increase all formulas across the board, fully fund the Hazelwood Legacy Program reimbursements, and fully cover higher education group insurance premiums at the state's general academic institutions. This investment will enable these institutions to freeze tuition growth for a 2-year period. This budget adds $34.1 million to expand graduate medical education residency slots, keeping Texas medical students in state, and an additional $153 million for state financial aid grant programs to maintain the percentage of eligible students in all pathways. Lastly, the supplemental includes $3.5 billion for a new performance-driven model to fund and incentivize research at institutions of higher education, contingent upon passage of legislation. In closing, I want to thank Dr. Bonin and all the Article III subcommittee members and the staff for your efforts this session. I appreciate your hard work on this. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we had a great fortune this session to make impactful decisions in our subcommittee that will affect and impact positively all of Texans. In Article 6, in the Natural Resources Committee article, the bill increases by $703 million for coastal management and erosion projects, including, members, along the coast, $500 million for the Gulf Coast Protection District. That includes, again, $500 million for the Gulf Coast GCPD to provide grants and non-federal matching funds so that we provide protections along the coast. It also includes about $45 million in Coastal Erosion Response Fund, which is funded in part by a 2% hotel tax on coastal counties in the area. These dollars are utilized throughout the Texas Gulf Coast. The bill also increases by $650 million in general revenue for flood infrastructure and rural water projects. An additional $350 million in GR for the Flood Infrastructure Fund, and $304 million in all funds for the Rural Water Assistance Fund, technical assistance for rural water infrastructure projects, and 13 new FTEs for these new water infrastructure projects. Members, the fifth has funded projects from El Paso to East Texas to the Panhandle down to the RGV. The bill also provides $387 million in sporting goods sales tax transfers for state park and natural areas operations and maintenance, and for new park acquisition during the next biennium. This bill also increases $70 million in direct appropriations for parks since the last session. And members, this was due in part to Texans using state parks during the pandemic. Moving to Article 7, members, in the business and economic development arena, the bill provides about $5 billion, members, $5 billion in all funds for highway project planning, right-of-way acquisition, construction, and maintenance at the Texas Department of Transportation. That includes, members, $2.5 billion in federal funds and $2.5 billion in other funds. For the Texas Workforce Commission, the bill increases funding by $35 million in state match for the Child Care and Development Block Grant administered by the Texas Workforce Commission to draw down, members, an astonishing $2.4 billion in federal funds for the next biennium. There are still federal funds available in the CCDBG this next biennium, and this increase is matching funds that will help as the state transition from the post-COVID funding. So these dollars for child care are drastically needed for working families. The bill also increases funding by $60 million, members, for the skills development and job and education for Texas and apprenticeship programs. That constitutes about $35 million for the JET program, the Job and Education for Texas, and industry-recognized apprenticeship programs, and an additional $25 million for skills development. Members, in Article 8, in our regulatory agencies, the bill provides an additional $63 million for the Public Utility Council for the agency to meet the increased demand in services. GR and GRD increases include, members, about $10.4 million and 23 new FTEs to fill vacancies for office redesign, and for operational costs. The bill also includes $5 million for additional salary increases, $1.9 million for a new data analysis team, and about $500,000 for a new Office of Public Participation for public outreach and education. Finally, members, I want to talk about the people that take care of Texas, and it's the state employees that work throughout all of our agencies, let alone in Articles 6, 7, and 8, but through all the agencies that will get a raise in the base bill. But what we did in Articles 6, 7, and 8 was provide more raises for those folks in IT and staff salaries to meet the increased demand for people that are moving to Texas, but also utilizing the services that we have here at all these state agencies. As I close, members, I want to thank Chairman Bonin and all the Articles 6, 7, and 8 subcommittee members that participated throughout the process in a very positive way. I want to highlight Vice Chair Cecil Bell. Appreciate his work in the committee. He was an invaluable partner in talking and texting and trying to get to a good point on these salary increases. Representative Martinez Fisher, who contributed to the process as well. Representative Ed Thompson, appreciate his work. And Representative Steve Toth, appreciate the work that he did and contributed. Also want to thank the staff for their efforts this session, particularly all the HAC staff, the LBB staff, but our art analyst, Elizabeth O'Connor, appreciate, she's behind the rail, so thank you, Elizabeth. And also want to thank all of you for your time in giving us to explain the bill. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to lay out this portion of a bill.
Members, HB 1 is now open for questions and comments. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1 under Rule 8, Section 4 of the House Rules regarding Secretary of State funding for ERIC in Rider 15, but I do have an accompanying point of order precedent that says we do not need to take the bill down. We can strike the rider and move forward with the bill today.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Tinderholt raises a point of order against further consideration of the House Bill 1 under Rule 8, Section 4 on the grounds the bill contains matter that changes general law. Mr. Tinderholt alleges that Rider 15 for the Secretary of State's appropriations changes general law because it requires a secretary to spend $1.5 million to participate in a named national system for states to exchange certain voter information. Under its plain language, the rider does not direct the secretary to enter into an agreement, but rather details that the secretary may spend appropriated funds in support of an existing agreement authorized by general law. Thus, the rider permissibly details the expenditure of appropriated funds. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Members, the House is about to move on to amendments.
Hey,
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to amendments today, I just wanted to, for awareness, there are some issues sometimes with the floor amendment system, and if we could ask for maybe just a little bit of a pause for those amendments to load before they're adopted in case we have an issue trying to see them on our screens.
We will do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
With regard to today's debate, things will happen pretty swiftly, pretty fast. There may be the need to have the mic on the back podium active. I don't know what the House's prerogative is, the chair's prerogative, but that would certainly help in case there is an objection or an inquiry before we move to a vote. Just wanted for awareness, sir.
The chair would do his best to make certain that the back mic is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez Fisher. The following pre-filed amendments have been withdrawn. The clerk will read the list.
HB 1 withdrawn amendments. Page number 7, 178, 179, 180, 182, 188, 215, 223, 376, 378, 381, 382, 40, 154, 217, 419,
The following motion in writing, the clerk will read the motion.
Motion in writing by Bonin. Motion for in-block adoption of amendments and placement in Article 11. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 5 of the calendar rule for HB 1, I move that amendments on the following pages of the pre-filed amendment packet and packet supplement be adopted and placed in Article 11, and that the procedures outlined in Section 5 of the calendar rule be followed by the journal clerk in processing the amendments and votes recorded by members for placement in the journal. HB 1 requests to move to Article 11 pre-filed amendment packet. Page number 14, 16, 22, 23, 24, 25, 32, 33, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 45, 50, 51, 52, 56, 57, 58, 59, 61, 63, 64, 65, 66, 68, 71, 73, 75, 79, 80, 82, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 93, 94, 95, 96, 98, 99, 100, 102, 105, 111, 112, 113, 115, 119, 122, 124, 125, 126, 131, 133, 136, 138, 139, 143, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 158, 160, 162, 163, 166, 168, 172, 175, 177, 184, 186, 196, 197, 198, 203, 205, 206, 209, 210, 211, 212, 221, 224, 225, 226, 227, 234, 235, 237, 238, 239, 241, 242, 243, 244, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 256, 257, 260, 261, 262, 264, 266, 267, 268, 277, 278, 282, 283, 285, 287, 288, 291, 293, 294, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, 315, 316, 318, 319, 320, 321, 322, 323, 324, 325, 326, 329, 332, 334, 335, 336, 337, 338, 340, 341, 343, 344, 347, 348, 349, 350, 351, 352, 354, 355, 358, 359, 362, 363, 364, 367, 368, 369, 370, 373, 384, 385, 386.
I'm going to back Mark and start asking questions about random numbers.
387, 389, 390, 391, 397, 398, 399, 401, 403, 405, 406, 407, 423, 425, 426, 428, 430, 432, 435, 436, 437, 438, 439, 440, 441, 442, 62, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 443, 183, 134, 10, 380, 379, 361, 328, 410, 259, 333, 42, 156, 219, 421. HB1 request to move to Article 11 supplemental packet. Page number 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14.
Mr. Speaker.
The chair is in the middle of putting a motion to the House.
Pre-filed amendment packet, page number 383.
Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
After hearing all these numbers, is it your intent or is it chair's intent to give us a list of those published amendments that were, I guess they were withdrawn? Which ones I appreciate the reading clerk reading them out, but as you can imagine, there's no way for us to know which ones are still left in. So will a list be made available?
Under the calendar rule, at the end of today's proceedings, the journal clerk will provide a list of all amendments moved to Article 11.
And I appreciate that, but did you just move all those parliamentary inquiry?
Please take your inquiry.
All those numbers or amendments that she called out, were they all moved to Article 11?
They will be as soon as we make that motion.
Okay, so
the motion is pending before the House.
And I guess I'm just curious, how will we know what parliamentary inquiry? We've got to wait till they print it to know that, or is it possible for us to get a list?
We must make the motion to move the amendments to Article 11, and then I can entertain the parliamentary inquiry that you have before the House. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Mr. Schaefer, for what purpose? No.
Mr. Speaker.
Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Mr. Schaefer, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Please take your inquiry.
Is it true that if you're on the back mic, your kids can watch you at home and you can say hi to Quincy and Graham?
The chair is not advised. Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry. I'm trying to determine whether or not we would be able to get a copy or a list of those amendments that have been moved over to.
Ms. Davis, we were going to instruct the clerk to make a copy of the list and post it on the House documents page.
I'm sorry, post it where?
Chamber documents, the House chamber documents.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
If a member has filed amendments to the budget and that member is not present to present those amendments, what happens to those amendments?
Mr. Canales, unless another member wants to lay those amendments out for that absent member, the amendment will not be laid out with the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canales. Members, the first amendment can be found on page 9 of your package. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it came to my attention that while the lack of affordable housing is tough on a lot of people, it is particularly challenging for our youth who are trying to further their education at our community colleges. Community colleges don't have dormitories or dedicated housing, so students are competing with others to find housing and are paying market rent. Many are stretched to the point that one minor emergency, whether it's medical, car trouble, or some other unexpected disruption, means they are now facing losing their housing. Some students will couch surf or find some other temporary solution, but this can lead to them dropping out and not completing their certification or going on to earn their associate's or bachelor's degree. A survey of local community college students showed that 15% are either homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. My amendment would provide a small bucket of money, $5 million over 2 years, for our community colleges to use as an emergency fund for those students who are at risk of losing their housing. This would help set up our students for success. Members, we are putting billions of dollars into property tax relief that does not help our renters or our young community college students. I learned that my amendment is pulling from a fund that is also very important, and therefore I am withdrawing the amendment. My hope, though, is that we will work towards a solution for our community college students who are facing housing challenges. Thank you, members.
The amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
My understanding was that there was going to be a bill layout without questions, and then after the questions, there would be amendments. And I'm wondering if where the question part is, or if we're moving that to the end and the closing.
Mr. Bernal, the chair asked if there were questions or comments. Mr. Tinderholt raises the point of order. The point of order was overruled, and there was no one else at the back mic to ask questions.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The amendment on page 10 of your packet has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 11 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I have an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Zwiener to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this last August, Noah Rodriguez was going into his sophomore year of high school. He was an honor roll student, a football player since the age of 4, and a big brother to 2 little sisters and 1 2-week-old brother. He attended his first 2 days of classes, and then his parents received a call at midnight, August 21st, 2022, that he had died from a fentanyl overdose. Noah is just one of many young people we have lost to fentanyl overdoses in the last year in Texas. This amendment funds an educational program in our schools to make sure that our young people are aware of the dangers of fentanyl contamination in pharmaceutical pills. This amendment gives the University of Texas at San Antonio funds to build an evidence-based curriculum to ensure our schools have access to the best information, and then funds our regional service centers at TEA to implement a Train the Trainer program so that all of our school districts have the ability to give evidence-based, of-the-moment information to our students to keep them safe from fentanyl overdose. I believe, well, the amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mrs. Weiner assumed an amendment to the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection, chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mrs. Weiner on the amendment.
Members, I'd really like to thank Representative Jeton and Chair Bonin for working with me on this, as well as Dr. Olivison for all of his work on fentanyl. We have a lot of areas that we need to push forward to keep our kids safe. I hope you all will continue to work with us to make sure we keep every Texan safe from the dangers of fentanyl poisoning. And with that, I believe the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mrs. Weiner sends up an amendment as amended. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Remember, the list of amendments withdrawn and moved to Article 11 are now available in your chamber documents. The amendment on page 14 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 16 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 18. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by A. Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment clearly strikes a rider that we put in subcommittee, and that needs to be remedied, so I move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 19 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Yes. This amendment to the amendment makes a technical correction to clean up the amendment. I move adoption.
Ms. Jones of Harris sends up an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Chair would ask Ms. Jones to explain the amendment as amended.
Members, this amendment instructs the Office of Attorney General to use funds appropriated to distribute grants to aid to victims of domestic abuse. This amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Jones of Harris sends up an amendment to the amendment. Amendment to the amendment as amended. It is acceptable to the author. Objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 20 of your packet. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that has a litigation reporting requirement for the Office of the Attorney General. It is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Martinez sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to adoption. The amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 21 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Mesa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain the amendment.
This amendment is offered to get legal services for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. The funds were to be appropriated from the crime victims compensation. The purpose of the amendment was to provide legal services to victims of domestic violence and sexual assault in accordance with the Violence Against Women's Act 1994 and the Violence Against Women's Act of 2000. However, it's not our intent that money come from the crime victims compensation that would be meant for the victims of Uvalde. And so in support of the victims of Uvalde, I'm withdrawing my amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. The amendments on page 22 to 25 of your packet have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 26 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Collier.
The chair recognizes Ms. Collier to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment will commission the same type of study this Texas legislature did in 2005 for the budget to ensure that our HUB and MWBE participation goals reflect both the population growth and the number of these businesses in today's market. I move adoption.
Ms. Collier sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the authors. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Is Ms. Howard on the floor of the House? The amendments on page 32 and 33 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 34 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment would provide funding for the Texas Division of Emergency Management in order to create a first responder training program on how to properly handle fentanyl. Worked with Dr. Oliverson on this and appreciate his assistance. The lack of clarity regarding exposure to fentanyl has resulted in hesitancy on the part of some first responders to engage in providing Narcan. It's important that we clarify and provide educational opportunities for our first responders who are on the forefront of this devastating epidemic. This is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the authors. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendments on page 35 to page 39 have been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 40 has been withdrawn. The amendment on page 42 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 45 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 46 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerra.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about a report on leasing state property for private use from the Texas Facilities Commission. It's acceptable to the author. Move passage.
Mr. Guillen sends up an amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendments on page 50 to 52 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 53 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment to the following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain his amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just coming from the Office of the Governor from the Create Jobs and Promote Texas and acceptable to the author.
Mr. Martinez sends up an amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain his amendment as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would just establish a grant program to provide in-home technology delivered to kindergarten readiness instruction pursuant to Texas Education Code 29.155, and I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Martinez sends up an amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendments on page 56 to 68 have been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 71 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 73 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 75 has been moved to Article 11. The amendments on page 79 through 80 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 81 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is actually an amendment I'm very disappointed to have to bring, but I think it's necessary. The racist attack my hometown endured on August 3rd, 2019 has resulted in one of the most complex, significant prosecutions in Texas history. It's also one of the most expensive, and we were lucky to have the assistance of millions of dollars of state grants to bring this mass murderer to justice. Unfortunately, there's a very serious open question about how those funds have been used. El Paso's most recently elected district attorney resigned in disgrace in the midst of removal proceeding. The incompetence and corruption in her office was wide-ranging, but the most important catalyst for removal was the botched handling of this case. However the money was spent, it's clear that the people of El Paso have less than nothing to show for it, since the case is not even close to trial ready all these years later. Given the scope of the misconduct in that administration, we need reporting on what was done with those grant funds. That's all this amendment does. It gives the legislature line of sight of how state money was and is being spent on this case so that we can either lay our fears to rest or call some bad actors to account. I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the authors. The objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 82 has been moved to Article 11. The amendments on pages 84 to 91 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 92 of the packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that would allow us to create a historical and cultural digital board in association with the Historical Commission. We're using federal funds that we have received to establish the budget for that, and I think it's acceptable. It ought to be acceptable.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment on the grounds that it fails to comply with the calendar rule.
Please bring your report of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn. The amendments on page 93 to 100 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 101. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that requires us to do a reporting to understand what's going on with DIR. We have many agencies that are doing technology on their own. We have some that are supposed to be under DIR. This is a report to figure out what we're actually doing in the state of Texas. I think it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Davis sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. The amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 102 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 103.
All right.
Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Swanson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is a cleanup rider for the Texas State Library and Archives Commission. I believe it's acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Swanson sends up an amendment. Ms. Swanson sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. The objections to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 104 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wally.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment to the amendment would change the take in this amendment by Martinez Fisher to, it would put it into the Texas Rail Relocation Improvement Fund. I move adoption.
Mr. Wally sent an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that puts $10 million in the Rail Relocation Fund, takes it from the State Preservation Board. I want to thank Chair Metcalf for agreeing to this, as well as Chair Gonzalez and Chair Wally, and I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Martinez Fisher sent up an amendment as amended. It is acceptable to the author. The objection to adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 105 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 110. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would allocate $80,000 to increase funding for voting systems testing and examination as part of the certification process. I believe it is acceptable, and I move adoption.
Mr. Busey sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendments on page 111 to 113 have been moved to Article 11. Members, we are now moving on to Article 2. Congratulations, Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso. The amendment on page 115 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 116. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, the amendment to the amendment is perfecting language. I move adoption. It's acceptable.
Mr. Busey sends up an amendment to the amendment. Is it acceptable to the author of the objection to the adoption of the amendment? To the amendment, Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does the Chair recognize Mr. Busey to explain the amendment as amended?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment will help prevent Texas children from being separated from their families and placed in foster care by providing services and support, and I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Busey sent out an amendment. It is acceptable to the author of the objection to the adoption of the amendment. The Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 118 of your packet. Members, the amendment on page 118 will be moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 119 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 121. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lalani.
The Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this rider authorizes but does not require DSHS to pursue federal funding should such funds become available to improve the state strategic stockpile of medicines, medical equipment, and protective equipment to better respond to the emergencies as they occur. The rider provides the flexibility for DSHS to develop an application for the federal government to draw down such funds to implement or expend needed stockpiles. Because of the federal funds are not yet appropriated and the rules for the program not yet established, the rider is not mandated to pursue funds should, for whatever reason, the agency believes it is not in the state best interest due to matching funds required. Federal strings, ongoing maintenance, or whatever other reasons DHS may decline to pursue. This amendment is acceptable to the author. I move
Dr.
adoption.
Lalani sends up an amendment. Is it acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment? The Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 122 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 123. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ramos.
The Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is to conduct a study on water disparities in border areas. I move adoption.
Ms. Ramos sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendments on page 124 to 126 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 128 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris of Anderson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment to our state's budget addresses an issue that affects every member in this House. Texas leads the U.S. in the variety and frequency of natural disasters. Since January, there was an ice event right here in central Texas. Crews helped clear electric lines and equipment was used to clear roads. Tornadoes in Harris County and northeast Texas. Debris had to be cleared from roadways. Wildfires in West Texas. Crews responded to 105 fires burning in 13,000 acres. Our emergency response and recovery system has worked well, but we must keep our guard up in a growing, dynamic state. In short, we need to keep Texas prepared. Keeping Texas Prepared is a statewide emergency management related request of 5 agencies of the Texas A&M University system. The team is led by the Texas Division of Emergency Management and 4 service agencies: Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service, Texas A&M Forest Service, Texas A&M Veterinary Medical Diagnostic Laboratory, and the Texas A&M Engineering Extension Service. Over the last decade, and particularly in response to Hurricane Harvey and the COVID pandemic, these A&M system agencies have been tapped to help supply emergency preparedness in response to hurricanes, tornadoes, floodings, ice storms, wildfires, the pandemic, and other events. Often these agencies find themselves responding to multiple events in multiple areas in the same time period. Little over a year ago, these agencies responded to 13 wildfires, including the 54,000-acre Eastland Complex fire, clearing roadways impacted by snow and ice, and providing storm cleanup and damage assessments in northeast Texas following severe weather on the same day. They have responded and helped in recovery from East Texas to West Texas and the Red River to the Rio Grande, all in an effort to reduce the consequences of loss of human life, property, and the economic viability of communities and the state. To accomplish these goals in a rapidly growing state, these agencies must have an adequate, reliable base funding. Members, this amendment would provide funding for the Keeping Texas Prepared initiative, and as a proud Fighting Texas Aggie, I move adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11.
Members, Mr. Harris moves adoption and placement of the amendment into Article 11. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The next amendment is on page 130 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Plisa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to offer an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Plisa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Member, this amendment to the amendment changes the funding source from A2A and draws from another source. This amendment is acceptable to the author. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Ms. Plisa sent an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa to explain the amendment as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment provides additional money to ECI, Early Childhood Intervention. This amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Plisa sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 131 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 132 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Pursuit.
The chair recognizes Mr. Pursuit to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment adds $40 million to the Alternatives to Abortion program each year of the upcoming biennium. The program funds a network of pregnancy centers, adoption agencies, and maternity homes across the state that provide social services for expecting and new parents in Texas. These providers have seen a 43% increase in demand for services over the last year, and they'll desperately need this significant increase in funding to keep up with demand during this biennium. This amendment will ensure that those social services providers on the front lines do not have to stop their life-saving and life-affirming services throughout the 2024 to 2025 biennium. It's not enough that we ensure Texas is abortion-free. We must make sure that Texas is truly pro-life, and this amendment is one way to do that. Move adoption.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Vasut, are you aware that providers at these clinics are not required to be medically certified?
The program does not provide medical services. It's a social services program, so medical certification is not required for those types of services.
So in that case, since you're aware these are not necessarily medical services, are you aware that there are no privacy protections in place for people who choose to visit these facilities?
I would disagree with that contention. I believe that to the extent you have a medical provider or a medically provided service, you have HIPAA protections, but I would disagree that the privacy of those that visit these facilities is not protected.
I'm a little confused, Representative Vasut. I believe we just acknowledged that these were not medical services and mostly social services. So are there any privacy protections in place for somebody visiting these facilities and receiving any social services, or could their information potentially be released?
I'm not aware of anyone's private information being released by these services.
Are you aware of any protections in law to make sure that people's private details, potentially about their pregnancy status or relationships or dynamics with their other children, are you aware of any protections in law for those women?
I am aware that there are rigorous contracting requirements that HHSC puts in place. I'm not aware of the specifics about the context of the privacy protections that are put in there. But again, I'm not aware of anyone's privacy interests being violated by these services.
Are you aware that HHSC actually had to pull the contract for one of these organizations, the Heidi Group, for failure to comply?
My understanding of the pulling of that funding is that it was from a separate program as opposed to this. That's my rough understanding, but I'm not familiar with the Heidi Group otherwise.
Why should this body be investing more funds in a program that has very little accountability and is not shown to actually help women and families when we have good programs and good options, like funding our social support networks that are already in place through Medicaid, assistance for needy families. Why should we be funding these private nonprofits instead of our own institutions that actually work to provide help for families?
Because these programs provide critical services to women in need, and they've provided services to more than 100,000 women in this state. These are great programs, and I disagree with your characterization on the back end, but I'm answering your question that you asked first.
Representative Vasut, what is the name of this program again?
Say that again, I apologize.
What is the name of this program again, Representative Vasut?
This is the Alternatives to Abortion program. The program that's in current law is the subject of another bill to rename it. That'll maybe come up at a later time, which we can't discuss for germanous reasons at this time.
I know neither of us were here at the time of the origin of this program, but what was your understanding of the purpose of this program when it was begun?
I would have to defer to those that were here back in 2005 at precisely what they intended for this program, but I think at a rough level, it was to provide resources for young families, for mothers, to be able to aid them with pregnancy.
My understanding of this program was that it was to try and funnel women into facilities where they may be talked out of having an abortion. Is abortion legal in Texas anymore, Representative Vasut?
Elective abortion is not legal in Texas anymore.
So why do we still need to be funding a program called Alternatives to Abortion when abortion is banned in the cases of rape, incest, and other situations here in Texas?
Great question. Let me tell you why. I'm on the board of a pregnancy help center. Now, we're not in this program, but we provide a similar service. The need since 2022 has only increased. And the services that are provided are not just narrowly focused on preventing abortion, they're to help families. And these programs provide a great service in that regard. And the demand has only increased over the last year. So regardless of whether abortion is legal or not, we still need to be on the front lines of providing help for those that are young, expectant mothers or otherwise.
The facility you're on the board for, does it have any religious affiliation?
I apologize. Could you ask that question one more time?
The facility you're on the board for, does it have any religious affiliation?
It does, which is why it doesn't get money from this program, because religious counseling it cannot be funded by this program. And I've also been advised to your earlier question that A2A programs have to comply with HIPAA.
Have to comply with what?
HIPAA. Just wanted to make sure that the record was clear.
As we discussed earlier, HIPAA is only relevant to the medical portion of the services, correct?
Per their HSC contracts, they have to follow HIPAA. Regardless of whether or not medical services are being provided, the same privacy protections that are in HIPAA have to be mandated on these programs.
I'm going to have to disagree with you on that interpretation, but I thank you for trying to find me an answer on that.
You bet.
So how do we make sure we actually provide services available to everybody, not just the folks who are going to walk into a facility like this?
Well, the services that are funded through this program include not only those that go to, say, a pregnancy resource clinic, but also adoption programs, counseling programs, and otherwise. They're available throughout the state of Texas. There's hundreds of clinics and programs available. They serve over 100,000 Texans all across the state of Texas.
Yeah. Mr. Vasut, what challenges do you hear from women who are hoping to have families?
Well, a few things. Depending on financial resources, it may be, help with getting diapers and formula. Those are things that my center provides. It may be they need a crib or car seat. My mother-in-law teaches a car seat class at our pregnancy help center. People that, are first-time parents may not be well-versed on the safety standards for having toddlers and babies in car seats. And so we provide that service to them, and then we give them a car seat, and we go through that class with them. There's tons of things that are done that provide those needed, whether it's advice, counseling, monetary resources, or again, the physical resources like diapers and formulas. These programs provide all of that.
The biggest challenges I hear are health care and child care. Does this amendment do anything to provide more prenatal and postnatal health care services to pregnant women?
This amendment provides additional funding to a critical program that provides resources to expectant and current young mothers, resources that they need, they desperately need, and that it provides. I think that to the extent you're talking about, a particular type of medical procedure or otherwise, it doesn't go maybe into that level of detail. But just because, I think you're narrowly focusing on what young mothers need as opposed to the broad panoply of needs that they have. And I think this program reaches a lot of needs, not just a narrow class.
Does anything in this amendment give access to child care for working mothers, especially when their children are 3, 4, 5, once they're past that early period?
The core of this program is to help people, Whether or not the program provides every single need, I think is irrelevant. So does it provide paid child care? I'm not aware of that. I'm not advised on that. But just because it does, it does? I'm glad that I have Chair Click here to tell me that it does. So maternity homes as well. I think the point that I'm trying to make in response to your question is, regardless of what class of care you're trying to focus on, I think that this program provides needed care. And that what it does or does not provide is irrelevant to, I think the key issue is the programs that exist that are funded under this fund are critical to young families in Texas. They're in demand. Demand is growing, and we need to make sure that we meet it.
Mr. Vasut, are you aware that some women have reported that when they've tried to attend some of the facilities included in this program, that they were turned away when they said they were not considering abortion?
I'm not advised.
Well, Mr. Vasut, before you come out here and push an amendment for this, I would advise you to do deeper research and instead support something that will help Texas families actually be successful.
What I am advised on is that this program works.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman's time has
Move
expired.
to extend.
Is there objection to extension? Chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended. Ms.
Will the
Flores, for
gentleman
what
yield?
purpose?
I will.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative, you realize that there was in the Appropriations Act there is $120 million in GR, which is an increase of $20.3 million from last biennium. Do you not?
I am aware of that, and that's not enough based off of the need that has arisen in this program in the last year. It's up 43%.
Well, I would argue that, can you delineate which other programs you are going to be removing money from that will be hurt, that you might hurt other people? Do you have any specifics where you are taking the money from?
I do
programs?
not. This is left up to the conference committee to fund.
Well, I would argue that you need to specify, if you are taking this amount of money, that you need to specify the amount of money that's being taken from other programs.
I'm not aware of any intention by the conference committee to reduce funding to any other health care program in this state to fund this increase, and I trust their judgment about where they source the money from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield?
Ms. Howard, does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yields.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Vasut. I have a bunch of questions here, but I'm not sure if I'm going to ask all of these questions. I'm really interested in where you're getting your information about the increased need and what specifically that need is, if you can explain that to me.
My understanding is that there's been a 43% increase in demand for the programs that are currently funded by A2A.
I'm sorry, a what percent increase?
43%.
A
in the last year.
43% increase in the
Last year.
in the need for the services that this program provides. Is that what you're saying?
In the demand for services that this program provides. Yes, ma'am.
Since the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
That is correct.
Because you're saying, I assume, or I'm asking you, or you're saying that because there's an increased need now that there are more people that are going to be having to carry their pregnancies or unplanned pregnancies to term?
There
Is
are
that
more
correct?
individuals that are seeking out these services for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know the details of their motivations, but they're there. The demand is there. The need is there, and it's going to be met. I liked your bill that we funded in order to provide a tax exemption for diapers. You know, my pregnancy center gets those donated, and those donations are going to increase because of that. Where there is a need, we need to meet the need, and I think that this amendment does that.
Are you aware of what the specific services are that are being provided that have resulted in what you're claiming to be a 43% increase? Or do you know specifically what those are?
I do not have that broken down based off of each individual program, each individual service type. I just know on the broad basis, the demand over the last year is about a 43% increase.
And I'm sorry I couldn't hear all the questions that were heard earlier. Do you understand that the Alternatives to Abortion program does not provide any health care services, correct?
I would disagree with that. I think healthcare is far beyond perhaps the way that you would define it. I think it provides much needed healthcare services to women in this state.
Did you know that the Health and Human Services contract specifically says that they cannot provide health care services? Did you know that?
I believe that you may be conflating the terms healthcare with medical treatment and by a licensed physician or otherwise. I disagree with the characterization that the counseling, the support services, and the resources are not aiding the health and well-being of mothers in Texas.
I would suggest to you that I agree that there's social determinants of health that go beyond medical care, but did you know that they do not provide any medical care?
I mean, if you want to amend it to expand the scope of services, I'm happy to evaluate that, but I'm not advised right now about any medical services that are provided.
From the writer, it does not allow, my understanding from the agency is they're not allowed to provide medical services. But the fact is, you're suggesting that there's an increased need for these social services, are you not? Is that what you're suggesting?
I apologize. Could you say the last part of your question again?
You're suggesting there's an increased need for social service supports.
Whether or not it's the particular characterization of the services needed, again, I don't have it broken down, but of all the services that this program provides, the demand for those services has increased approximately 43% in the last year.
And are you've mentioned counseling. Are you aware of what the services are that are provided? And for instance, the percentage of the services that are going to pamphlets?
There's reporting requirements, there's audit requirements, and things that you can access to, I believe, ascertain that detailed information. General categories, would be, for example, parenting classes, job skills training, diapers, and otherwise. There's a wide variety. As far as the specific data, we could happy to pull that from the reports. I mean, the program is audited.
The program is audited. In what way is it audited?
My understanding is that there's an audit requirement that's governed by, it should be HHSC.
I'm sorry?
It should be HHSC that has an auditing requirement that's put in place under A133 audit.
Are you aware of the fact that there are 4 contractors and 100 some odd subcontractors, but that the actual oversight is by those contractors without HHSC's involvement, other than to say they have to have a process? There's no specifics about it. Did you know that?
I'm advised that there's reports that are brought up to the Legislative Budget Board and to our other House committees to provide requisite oversight, particularly what the terms of the contracts are. I don't have them in front of me, so I'm unable to answer those.
Do you have the terms of the contract there?
I do not.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry, then I missed exactly what you were saying there. The fact is, did you know that HHSC does not directly oversee any of these programs? They have 4 contractors. Did you know that? And that the contractors
They have 4
provide the
contractors. They're required by HHSC to submit monthly reports.
Do you know what's in those reports?
Exactly what the contents are or those, we can pull them, but I don't have them in front of me right now to be able to advise you the exact line by line of everything that's recorded.
Okay. The issue here, did you know, the issue here for some of us anyway, is that there are substantial needs, as you mentioned, I believe, for providing support services to parents and families. Do you have any kind of a breakdown that would suggest to you that the amount that's being spent on this is actually covering the things that we would expect to be covered, and that that's actually the best use of these dollars for those who are experiencing pregnancies when they have the need for health care interventions also at the same time? Do you have any idea of how you could compare how these dollars are effectively being spent?
I know that these dollars are serving over 100,000 people in this state. In fiscal year 2022 alone, for example, it's over 113,125 unduplicated clients. I don't have the exact data on what kind of service each client got, but you're helping more than 100,000 people in the state, primarily women, with their issues related to pregnancy.
Well, actually, do you see in that breakdown the ages and the types of clients that are being served? Are you aware of what the eligibility is for this program?
The eligibility includes mothers. I'm not aware of any age requirement. I don't have an age breakdown on the services that are provided. So I can't tell you whether or not 10% or 18 to 20 or 20% or otherwise. I don't have that data broken down.
I believe it's in the report, but do you know who qualifies for this program? Do you know that it's not just about women who are pregnant?
My understanding is that it includes not only women that are pregnant, but certain family members. There's a bill. The reason why I have the confusion a little bit, because I've been deep in studying SB 24, which is going to be the one that changes some of these. And the eligibility requirements there and exactly how they relate to the A2A program, I mean, it's going to be the successor, are a little unclear to me, but it's certainly moms, it's certainly dads, immediate family members, those who have adopted individuals, parents, etc.
So if you look at the report, can you see the breakdown of the demographics of the ages of those being served and of whether it's male or female?
I do not have demographic data in front of me at this time.
So what you were saying, you just read off to me some of the eligibility. So you're saying it's for those that adopt children, correct?
That is my understanding.
And it can be adopting children of any age. Is that not correct as well?
I'm not sure on the specifics on that.
The gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone wish to speak for, against, or on the amendment? The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Vasut. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Toth voting aye. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Show Mr. Jatan voting aye. Show Mr. Harrison voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting nay. Show Ms. Criado Niave voting nay. Have all voted? There being 88 ayes, 59 nays, the amendment is adopted. Members, we're going to stand at ease for just a few minutes while they adjust the microphone. The House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 52, Zaffarini, relating to the right of state hospital patients to designate an essential caregiver for in-person visitation. SB 412.
Thank you. The amendments on page 133 to 139 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 140 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Raymond.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is an amendment that's acceptable to the author, but let me tell you briefly, it is the bill directs the Office of Inspector General to give a quarterly report to LBB and to the governor to report, among other things, total dollars identified of potential overpayments identified for recovery resulting from activities of the Office of Inspector General. And this amendment would add, including under the Medicaid Managed Care Program. Move adoption.
Mr. Raymond sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there an objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 142 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Meyer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment directs the Health and Human Services Commission to implement provisions of HB 3121 that we passed in the 87th legislative session with existing appropriations, and it deals with residential, psychiatric residential youth treatment facilities. I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Meyer sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 143 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 144. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bernal.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, imagine visiting a school and meeting a little boy who needs a hearing aid. The school gives him a hearing aid for the day and then takes it away from him at the end of the day. Then imagine deciding you need to file a bill to fix this. You file the bill, it goes to committee, comes out of committee, comes to the House floor, it passes out of the House, goes to the Senate, passes the Senate, goes to the governor signs it, has no fiscal note. The agency is supposed to implement the bill, and they decide not to. And so you ask them why they aren't doing what they're supposed to do, and they say because there's no money. But the bill didn't have a fiscal note. So this amendment does not take and put, it says do what you're supposed to do and spend the money you have on a bill that we passed that tells you what to do from the 86. That's all it does. It is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Bernal sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 145. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment instructs the Health and Human Services Commission to use funds appropriated to conduct a disparity study on kidney dialysis treatment. And this amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Jones sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The amendments on page 146 to 152 have been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 153 will be moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 154 has been withdrawn. The amendment on page 156 has been moved to Article 11. The amendments on page 158 through 162 have been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 163 has been moved to Article 11. Members, we're moving on to Article 3. Members, the next amendment is on page 165. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gervin Hawkins.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, now I do plan to move this amendment to Article 11, but it is so important that I think that it should be read and heard. As an educator, I believe history is so important. So what my amendment does is preserve and remember the history of African Americans in the South, specifically the historic Rosenwald schools. Now, for those of you who don't know about Rosenwald schools, they were a critical part of the history of African Americans in the South. More broadly, this bill references the schools in South Central Texas specifically. These structures were created to support the education of rural African American communities in the South who would have been otherwise unable to obtain an education as a result of the era of the Jim Crow laws. The founder of the school, Julius Rosenwald, understood the critical nature of education and worked to provide these opportunities for community advancement in the first half of the 19th century. So this bill seeks to address the issue of unrenovated structures. Currently, there are 39 structures in the state of Texas that are, and some of them need disrepair. I believe it is so important that as Texans, as proud Texans, we work on making sure these facilities get rehabilitated and used in a positive manner. Our rural young people struggle a lot of times with their education and or training. So I would love to see these facilities turn into learning centers that will provide the support and the atmosphere where our rural communities can benefit.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the lady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will.
The lady yields for questions.
Representative Gervin Hawkins, thank you for bringing this amendment. Was one of your considerations for this amendment that, there's a lot of history in our state, but not all of it gets told?
Yes, you're so right, Representative Wu.
And why particularly these structures? Why the Rosenwald schools? What is their significance?
I had the great opportunity to meet some graduates of the Rosenwald schools, most of them in their 80s and 90s. And they remember being able to get out of the barns and the fields and churches and go to real structures to get an education. And that education has made many of them very famous. I like to say that novelist Maya Angelou graduated from a Rosenwald school, and Congressman John Lewis graduated from a Rosenwald school.
And many of these communities and schools transitioned out of slavery, but then into Jim Crow, right? And into segregation. And they went through all that, all the history of those communities are in these buildings.
Yes, and it is so important, Representative Wu, that our children fully understand the history of their ancestors.
And is your intention of this amendment to make sure that this important history, especially for African Americans in Texas, that it not be forgotten, not to let it just crumble away into dust?
That is so true, sir. That is my intent.
Thank you. You have a good amendment here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I move adoption and the placement of the amendment in Article 11.
Members, Ms. Gervin Hawkins moves adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is so ordered. The amendment on page 166 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 168 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 172 has been moved to Article 11. Members, the amendment on page 173 has been withdrawn. The next amendment is on page 174. The following amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment adds funding for the Educational Aid Program in Texas. Texas is in a severe teacher shortage crisis. We have all heard from our constituents that our teachers are underpaid and overworked. Just last year, 22% of teachers have considered quitting because of excessive workload, increased duties, and workplace culture. Our children are the ones who suffer. Redirecting money towards the Educational Aid Grow Your Own program will provide an immediate solution by encouraging teacher aides to gain full certification to quickly teach in shortage areas. This program will not only address the shortage of teachers in our schools, but will also provide job opportunities for aides and boost the morale within our education system. The Educational Aid Grow Your Own program is an innovative solution that will have a positive impact on our education system and will provide long-term benefits for our schools and our communities. By redirecting $14.5 million within the agency towards this program, which has been proven to work, we can truly make a difference today and help our kids. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption and placement in Article 11.
Members, Rep. Goodwin moves adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Members, the amendment on page 175 and 177 have been moved to Article 11. The amendments on page 178 through 180 have been withdrawn. The next amendment is on page 181. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
I raise a
Mr.
point of
Vasu-
order. I'm sorry.
Mr. Vasu, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against the Davis Amendment on page 181 of the packet under Rule 8, Section 4 on the grounds that it changes general law.
Please bring your point of order down front. Point of order is withdrawn, and the amendment is withdrawn. The amendment on page 182 has been withdrawn. The amendment on page 183 and 184 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 185. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to
Mr.
the
Toth,
amendment.
for what purpose? Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration. The amendment based on Rule 8, Section 4 of the House Rules on grounds that it may change general law.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Vasut raises a point of order against further consideration of the Bryant Amendment under Rule 8, Section 4 on the grounds that the amendment changes general law. The rider takes money appropriated for property tax relief and redirects it instead to the teacher retirement system of Texas for purposes of providing a one-time benefit enhancement in addition to any other benefit enhancement provided by House Bill 600 or similar legislation. Among other laws, Chapter 824 Government Code generally governs TRS benefits, including how those benefits are calculated and any available increases. And Section 821.006 Government Code prohibits TRS from taking any action, including providing a new monetary benefit payable by the system that would result in an increase to the time required to amortize the unfunded actuarial liabilities of the system beyond a certain period. To the extent the rider authorizes a cost of living adjustment, it would alter the calculation of benefits expressly prescribed under Chapter 824 and likely require an increase in the time needed to amortize unfunded actuarial liabilities in violation of Section 821.006 Government Code. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The amendment on page 186 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 187 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is an amendment. I think you're going to want to pay attention to this. The effect of this amendment could give a public school teacher, a counselor, librarian, a $10,000 pay raise. And the reason why I want to stress that is I know we all care about public education. I know a lot of us spend a lot of time talking in our communities about the importance of education. A lot of us have children in our education system. Some of us are even have spouses who dedicate themselves to this profession. And I lay all that out because we know that's important, but I also lay that out because I know that we have to, not just do things or say things, we have to act. And one of the very first things we did in this body together, when we arrived in session is we took a vote to raise our own budgets. We pretty much unanimously took a vote to raise our budgets, and the constant talk was we cannot afford to pay for our staff. We cannot afford to pay them with the budgets that we have. Inflation is an issue. Cost of living is an issue. Housing costs, price of eggs, $6 a dozen. And so we took a vote, a hard one, to raise taxpayer dollars for ourselves. And I know that we don't want to go home and say that it was okay for us and not okay for anyone else. And so this amendment does a couple of things, and let me tell you what it doesn't do. If you're worried about being anti-property tax cuts, understand this. Democrats pay property taxes. Republicans pay property taxes. We have constituents that pay property taxes. There's bipartisan support for property tax cuts. What we don't have is a property tax cut law. We do not have a law today that's going to cut property taxes beyond the first $5 billion that's already in the budget. This amendment will reduce the general revenue for some future tax cut that we don't know if we're going to get. And I'll be honest with you, we don't know if we're going to get it because we have a split view in both chambers. We have a Senate that wants to cut taxes one way. The House wants to cut it an entirely different way. And we're going to be at loggerheads, and the word is that nobody's going to give in, so we may not need $12 billion to be sitting around for a property tax transfer because we may not have a bill. But here's what we do have. We do have a current commitment to our teachers. We do have a teacher pay scale. We do have teachers in the profession that cannot afford to teach anymore. And we have generational wealth in our budget coffers. So what this vote does in effect is this vote says we're going to have a strong vote today to emphasize that on Article 3 spending, we have not done all of our homework when it comes to our teachers. I said this last night in Democratic caucus in the presence of Dr. Bonin. There are a lot of good things in this budget in the first 10 articles, and there's no denying that. But for me, in Article 3, it doesn't pencil when I look at the money that's going in and I look at where it's going. I don't see us increasing our amounts to public education. And if this amendment's not acceptable, we can get into the Q&A from the back mic and talk about that. But if we send a strong signal that we really care about Article 3, not just the money that we put in the schools and the textbooks and in the classrooms, but for our teachers, for our counselors, for our librarians, if we acknowledge that we have not raised their salaries since 2019, two things have happened since 2019. We had COVID, and we had the increased cost and responsibilities and demands on our professional educators and professional staff to adjust to that, putting them in a pretty, health and safety situation. And we also have had record high inflation that we have already decided is a problem for us when it comes to paying our staffs. Well, the inflation obviously exists outside this Capitol. Federal Reserve said last week that it has not gone away. Interest rates will continue to go up. So if you follow the markets, this issue has not been solved. And if you look at what we're paying our teachers relative to what the cost is for our inflationary cost, we were paying them less than what we thought we were paying them in 19. So I'm not asking you to take this vote to choose Peter or to choose Paul. I'm asking you to take this vote to send a strong message in the House that we give a darn about public education. We give a darn about our teachers, our counselors, our librarians, our nurses, and that we hope that as this process moves and as the King bill moves and as the Chair Buckley bill moves on school finance and curriculum and all the changes, that when we start doling out the money, that somebody is going to give teachers a pay raise, and $10,000 should be a good start. And so that, Mr. Speaker and members, that's what this amendment does. Don't let anyone tell you that we are robbing the fund. We are still sending $8 billion. We are still sending $8 billion to the Property Tax Relief Fund. And most importantly, also understand, I will take this amendment down. I will take this amendment down if you can show me somewhere else in this budget where we can find $4 billion that isn't spoken for. Every single big ticket item we're going to do this session, from property tax cuts, TRS pensions, broadband, higher education endowment, you name it, if it's got a B next to it, we are going to spend it outside this budget. We are not going to be able to take input. We're going to send it to the voters. If 100 folks in the House vote for it and 2/3 vote for it in the Senate and the governor signs it, we will spend that money if the voters approve it, and it'll be dedicated by the Constitution outside the spending cap. So if somebody wants to show me where $4 billion is lying around in TCEQ or, State Preservation Board or General Land Office, well, we can go there, but you're not going to find it. This is the only place in the budget where you can find $4 billion to support our teachers, but at the same time, let money move down the legislative process for property tax relief, something that both Democrats and Republicans support. This is a win-win. We send a message. We care about schools. We care about teachers. We also care about the work we're doing on tax cuts, and let both these things go forward. We're not under any illusions. Senate has their own ideas. This may not be it. And we also have conferees, ultimately, that may have different ideas. But if there is not a record vote in the House to show where we stand for this, then it's very easy to say that it's not a priority. So no gotchas here. This is just honest governance. This is just show me your values. Do you care about teachers? Show me your values. Do you care about raising their budgets like we cared about raising our budgets? And I hope this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ashby, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question or two?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Happy to yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Martinez Fisher. And you and I, and I appreciate your layout of this amendment. I think you and I will agree on a lot of what you just said. I know I certainly do, and I think most members of this body agree with what we are striving for here to find that balance, I think, that you were referring to between property tax relief that all of us want to go home and provide our taxpayers, but at the same time provide that much needed pay increase for our teachers. And so with that in mind, and thinking about what you just said in your layout, I guess, to be fair with what's in the base budget, and you referred to some of this information, but we are in agreement there is an additional new $5 billion for public education in House Bill 1.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you referenced a couple of bills that this body will be considering here in the next couple, 3 weeks probably, Representative Chairman Dutton's, Chairman King's bill. And I think as it pertains to increasing our teacher salaries, which is a priority for this Texas House, that we talk a little bit about that. And so my question is, and you may be aware of this, but did you know that in one of those bills that we are requiring the districts that with the new money that they spend a minimum of 50% of the money on teacher pay raises?
Yes, sir, I do. My only concern with that is that the money that we have allocated thus far sort of amounts to about $50 increase in the basic allotment. We know schools need closer to $1,000. So I think if I'm a superintendent in my district or a superintendent in your district and you get sent an extra $50 per student, you know the needs are maybe need another $950 more. All I'm saying, sir, is that you are right, and we can work on that and we can improve that. But if we don't have a basis of understanding that the want and the need is much bigger than the status quo, you're a leader in this House, no doubt about it. I can pull this thing down for a half an hour if there is another way. We want to say today, when we're doling out the dough, that we haven't forgotten about teachers, because we know about the morass of legislation, and I know Chair King's working really hard. I know he tried to get a sub out this morning and wasn't ready, and we know the runs aren't ready, so we don't know what it does. I hear it's going to be dynamic from what he tells people, but we don't know that yet. But we're here right now. I can't do this tomorrow because we're going to do it today.
Right.
But if you think you've got some ideas, you want 30, 40 an hour to talk about it, I can postpone this for an hour and we can talk about it if that's what you're suggesting.
Well, I appreciate that, my dear friend. What I would say is, and I think we all want to go on the record here, I mean, we're all going to support our public teachers this session in a variety of different ways, more than what you and I are talking about this morning. But I think the other thing, talking about the property tax relief that's built into both this bill as well as House Bill 2, that's something that you alluded to. We all want to go home. Republicans, Democrats, teachers pay property taxes. We all want property tax relief, and I think there's unanimous agreement on that. But I think there is and I'm only going to speak for myself, but there's a little bit of concern, I think, when I look at your amendment, recognizing what you're trying to do. One of the things I get excited about when I listen to Chairman Bonin and Chairman Vandiver talk about the increased funding is, for the first time, I guess I should say, maybe ask a question here. Did you know, and this will be the first time in over 2 decades, that we have increased state funding to over 50% by buying down these property taxes?
Yes, sir, and that is a very good question, and I'm really glad you asked it, and I really hope everybody's listening to our conversation. We've made an increase in funding to public education. The state has stepped up to do its share for 50% for the first time. You and I are just a couple of regular guys, but you can also get to 50% by spending less, right? You could spend less and get to 50% of the bill, or you could spend more to get to 50% of the bill. But I'm sure you know that when you look at the biennial change for the next 2 years on this budget, we're going to spend $11.3 billion. Okay, we're going to spend $11.3 billion for the next 2 years. But when you minus the $12 billion in property tax cuts, the TEA is going to get $700 million less for the next 2 years than we've given them in the last 2 years. So if we're making these really big investments, We appropriated a sum certain to the TEA 2 years ago, and by this budget as it stands right now, if we do it this way, TEA is getting $700 million less, all funds, and that's why I think we need to talk about that, because all funds means money for charter schools. All funds mean grants and other programs. We're not talking about the foundation school program, and we know this. We know this even by just looking at Chairman King's bill. Enrollment is up. There's been this sort of...
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I hope the amendment's acceptable to the author.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I wasn't actually going to speak against this amendment. I was going to speak against a future one. But since House Bill 100 is a bill that I've authored and is going to be coming before this body soon, and that seems to be the topic of discussion for Representative Martinez-Fisher's amendment, I thought I'd just clear up a few things. We are going to increase the basic allotment, and it's not going to be by $50. It's going to be by $140 over the biennium. The most important part of the basic allotment, the third year, is going to implement an average inflationary increase every year where we're not before this body every session talking about the basic allotment. And then it also moves the amount of money going to teacher compensation from 30%, which is current law, to 50%. So we are doing a tremendous amount on teacher pay. The next thing I would say, House Bill 100 will also include a change to the minimum salary schedule. And the first raise in the minimum salary schedule will cause an automatic pay increase to over 70,000 teachers in the state of Texas. The second year of the biennium, when we raise the minimum salary schedule again, it's going to pick up considerably more. It would be an average raise of almost $4,000 a year just from the first increase. So while I appreciate what Representative Martinez-Fisher is attempting to do here, we're working diligently to take care of our teachers in a number of bills. There are billions and billions of dollars out there that are coming into public education in one way or another, and while teachers are vital and certainly my top priority, there are other programs, there are other things that need to be funded, and certainly we need to be taking care of our kids. And you know, we got billions of dollars looking at school safety amongst many other issues. So I would urge you to vote no on this amendment. I would urge you, as we go forward, to support,
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for our purpose.
Support the ideas, and let's have the debate and put these dollars on the bills where they belong, and let's don't try to create law in the base budget.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair King. Chair King, so thank you for explaining your substitute. I know we haven't seen it. We look forward to it. So what is the teacher pay raise that you anticipate for FY24 and for FY25?
Well, I think it varies because the minimum salary schedule is going to automatically raise the teachers I'd mentioned. 70,903 teachers would receive an automatic pay raise of $3,855 annually. But that doesn't have anything to do with the 50% of the new money in the basic allotment that we're going to require.
Yes, sir. And so the amendment that's on the floor is a teacher pay raise of $10,000, and you're saying in House Bill 100 the teacher pay raise just is on average $3,855. Is that what?
Only for the ones that would be below the new minimum salary schedule.
I'm sorry, Chairman. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing Chair King. If I can get some order, please.
Members, please take your conversation outside the rail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that last response. We were talking about the pay raise.
So I don't want to confuse teacher pay raises that would be the money coming out of the basic allotment or what the legislation would require school districts to do with new money in the basic allotment. My point is, when we raise the minimum salary schedule, it's going to, the first time we raise it, the first year of the biennium, it's going to cause a pay raise automatically to 70,903 teachers on average of $3,855 a year. That is not, the other teachers that are above that, but that's what we're going to do for the ones at the bottom first. And then school districts, we're going to be required to put 50% of the new money we give them into salaries.
And that new money, Mr. Chairman, you said what is the basic allotment you anticipate?
I anticipate for the first, for the biennium, it'll be $140 additional. And then the third year, what the bill would actually call for is an average inflation over the last 10 years calculation for an annual adjust to the basic allotment, where we're not having this conversation every session.
Yes, sir. And so if today's CPI numbers suggest that the basic allotment raise would be $1,000, the current proposition is $140 and not $1,000?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I guess the inflation experts, the folks that track it, and you look at the cost for schools per pupil, that to get the basic allotment in line with inflation, the basic allotment would need to be raised by $1,000. You want to raise it only by $140? Is that?
I want to raise it $70 a year in this next biennium, and in the third year it would be adjusted for the average inflation. And if you take what inflation's done the last 2 years, that would be a substantial raise. I don't have those calculations all in front of me, but I think you understand where it's going.
Well, maybe just to get you on the record, do you believe we should be funding our schools at inflation?
I think definitely we need to fund our schools to make up for the inflationary losses of the last several years.
Well, losses is one thing, but if the metrics show that this is the dollar amount per pupil for basic allotment, that will cover the schools to cover their inflationary costs. You support that?
I support everything we have done in 19 and 21, and what I support is making up for the gains we've lost and then continuing to build off that. We should have never had the losses we've had the last 4 years, but nobody saw that coming.
Yes, sir.
And I think what we're trying to do, Representative, at this time is we're trying to make up for those losses and plan for the future while we have the money to do so.
And I appreciate you wanting to make up for the losses, and I know you know this because you know your material, but the losses now take us back to 2013. So if we're looking at how we're treating schools right now, we're treating them at 2013 levels. In 2019, when we bumped the basic allotment up by like $1,600, we were high-fiving everybody on this floor. We had cups that talked about education now. 2019's come and go, and now we need $1,000 per pupil. And so we just need a commitment, and that's sort of been my ask this entire process is just give me the commitment we're going to do this. We don't have to take this vote.
Yeah.
So just give me the commitment that we'll fund it at inflation.
Well, my commitment is to get back not only to what we did in House Bill 3 in 2019, but to move beyond that. And I think that's what House Bill 100 will do. I'll be glad to talk to you. You can come talk to me about 100 if you'd like. But I think having your amendment in this in the base budget is not the right place for it. I think it needs to be in a bill, and it needs to be a policy decision.
Well, and I know you know that your bill is in the budget, right? I mean, your bill is very prominent in the budget, so it's kind of, we're there. But
no, sir, I would disagree with that because my bill is enabling legislation that the body needs to debate and vote on. The money is appropriated, but if House Bill 100 doesn't pass this floor, the money's not there.
We have a contingent rider for your legislation. And so, look, I'm old school guy. Simple. You make a commitment right now that we'll fund schools at inflation, I'll sit down and we get one page further down this bill so we can go home. So you just tell me, Rep, we will fund schools at inflation, I'll sit down and withdraw.
Now, I would tell you just almost anything to get you to sit down, but I'm sorry, that was wrong.
Come on, man, come on.
I apologize,
Bring
Mr.
it.
Speaker.
Stand up,
No,
stand up
seriously.
and tell me that.
Seriously, I apologize. But what I would say is, I can't make that commitment on my own, and I appreciate what you're trying to do. I don't know. I will be glad to stand here and answer more of your questions, but that's where we're at.
Yeah, and I'm happy if you'd like to yield to Chair Van Dever so we could have some conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let me clarify a couple of things. Number one, if you vote against this amendment, there's no reason for you to feel that you're voting against our teachers, you're voting against public schools, you're voting against the educational system in Texas, because that is simply not true. The budget funds our public schools. Actually, this budget is an increase in all funds of 16.7%, which is above inflation. So I assume maybe you'll sit down since I've told you that we are funding at 16.7, which is considerably above inflation. I believe that we are making a commitment to our public schools, and there is more than just the BA as a method to fund public schools. As a former superintendent, there were a lot of ways we were funded in our local school system. One of the things that's in one of these bills that we've been talking about today is one of the things that my superintendents told me was a priority coming into this session was work to fund on enrollment instead of ADA. One of these bills will do that in the small and mid-sized school formula. Many of you have small and mid-sized schools in your district. This is huge for those schools.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't know the gentleman's time was expired. I was going to move to extend at the right time.
No, we're on to a new 10 minutes.
Okay.
Just want to make a couple of more comments, and then I'll be happy to take your questions. I want to remind people that one of the things that we're doing in this bill, that you will do in this bill when you pass this budget, we are putting $875 million into ensuring that our teachers' premiums for their health care do not go above 5%. And without that, they're going to skyrocket. There are ways to reward our teachers, to give our teachers income without necessarily doing it through salary. And I would also remind you that when we talk about taking money from property tax reduction to put it in teacher salary, I'd remind you that our teachers pay property taxes as well. And they're looking for some relief in their property taxes as well. Again, giving them an opportunity for a better level of income and a better life. And with that,
Mr. Speaker,
I will yield for questions. Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what
gentleman
purpose?
yield for some questions.
The gentleman yield for questions.
I'll yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Van Dever, thank you for your remarks, and thank you for taking my questions. We pass each other on this floor every so often, and I tell you the same thing every time I see you. I say, I'll call you Gary, but I'll say here, Chairman Van Dever,
Yep.
I'm going to find you some more money for Article 3. I keep telling you that. And I tell you when I find that money that I trust you as a former superintendent and you know how to spend it. But I believe in just simple math. And you can fund Article 3 at whatever number you have mentioned, and it can be at an amount above inflation. But is it true that of the money we appropriate, we intend to move more than $12 billion into the property tax relief fund? Is that true or not?
That's true.
Okay, so we know that while we're increasing this funding and we're telling people it's okay to take this vote because we're putting record amounts of money, we also have to tell them, but please know that that's not going to the classroom. You admit that right now?
That
the $12 billion that goes to the property tax relief fund will not be in the classroom.
Sure.
It will not be in a school bus. It
Sure.
will not be in the cafeteria.
Right.
Okay, so just so that we're clear, we can't go home saying we took this monster vote for pub ed, knowing full well that $12 billion, and I'll say that when you look at the biennial change for the budget for 2024 and 2025 is what we're doing. That biennial change was another $11.3 billion, and I'm referring to figure 29 of Article 3, Education by Agency, as produced by the LBB. Is that true? Is the LBB telling the truth there?
I would assume LBB would be telling the truth.
And if they are telling the truth and you're looking at all funds, even though we say we're spending record amount of money in public schools in Article 3, these numbers suggest that when you take out the $12 billion that you and I just agreed to that will never make it to the classroom, the TEA is getting $700 million less for the next 2 years than we gave them the last 2 years. So my question to you is, how are we improving things for public schools when we're giving them $700 million less at a time when inflation is much worse today than it was in 2022?
So I guess I need a little clarification here. Are we talking about funding our public schools, or are we talking about funding TEA?
Well, I'm talking about funding all schools, and since charter schools are not funded by Foundation School Program, we have to talk about all funds. And because certain grants aren't funded in the Foundation School Program, those fund schools, so we've got to be apples to apples. Okay, and so this isn't federal money. This is all funds. And again, I'll spot you another fact is that this also takes into account that public school enrollment is up. It's not flat and it's not down. It is up, just like it's indicated in House Bill 100. So my question again, I mean, it's a lot of talk here. My question again is, if we are doing more for schools for the next 2 years and more for education for the next 2 years, how is it that we're funding the TEA with $700 million less for tomorrow than we did yesterday?
Well, I don't have those numbers in front of me, and I can't speak to that. But I can speak to the fact that over the past, 3 bienniums, we've increased funding 13.3% in 2021, with ESSER included 28% in 22-23, and then in 24-25, current biennium, or biennium going forward, we're projected 16.7%. That's significant. That's significantly higher than inflation. And again, you talk about BA, you talk about money going to TEA, but the reality is this bill puts at least $5 billion in our public schools.
Yes, sir.
And again, we're not looking to take that money and just distribute it. We have bills coming through. Our Pub Ed committee is working very hard to look at what's best for our public schools and then give us the path forward.
Yes, sir. And again, I mean, math doesn't lie.
Sure.
And we can take the ESSER funds out. We can have this conversation with no federal funds. And in 2022 and 2023, we have $54 billion for education. We are currently debating a budget today for the next 2 years without the federal funding at $50.7 billion. So my question is, if we're doing all these fantastic things and we're not going to rely on the federal money going forward, we are going to be appropriating $3.3 billion less of funds without federal funds for the next 2 years than we did the last 2 years. And so that just doesn't pencil for me, and I'm trying to understand that, and maybe you can help me understand that how we're making progress with less money.
I'll be honest with you, I don't believe we are funding at a lower level.
Okay.
That I don't believe what the data you just gave, I don't believe that's accurate data.
Okay, so at least we can agree on the all funds number. We don't agree on ESSER, that's fine, we don't have to. The all funds is what it is. And so, again, my commitment is, with the $5 billion in new funds, no matter where you place it or how you place it, can teachers get a $10,000 pay raise with that money?
I don't know that a $10,000 pay raise, I don't remember that ever being necessarily the goal.
Okay. Well, it's certainly the goal of this amendment. is definitely the goal of those who will support this amendment. And I think I just want people to know that if they say, I'm not going to vote for this because I heard Chairman Van Dever and he said, with the $5 billion we have out there, we can get to a $10,000 pay raise. And I mean, again, I'm a simple person. If that's a commitment you want to make, we can withdraw.
No, again, you're the one that threw out the $10,000 pay raise, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, and again, I don't know that that's a decision we want to make in this budget. We have a very able public education committee that's going to look at bills that are coming through. Many of them have teacher pay raises in them, and we'll have a robust debate on that here on the floor.
Gentleman's time's expired. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill amendment? Members, Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso has lost her BlackBerry. It's not exactly a rotary phone, but it's just one step higher than a rotary phone. So if you see a dinosaur walking around the House floor, please return it to Ms. Gonzalez. Mr. Leach, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, what is a BlackBerry?
There are two BlackBerries that I'm aware of. One is a fruit, and one is a phone that Mary Gonzalez has. All right. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does Representative Leach know where Connie, Anita, or Holden are?
The chair is not advised.
Oh, thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, we've heard the debate. It's a very simple choice. We can make a statement for our teachers. We can leave money in the kitty for property tax cuts. We can trust our appropriators to go to the next phase, understand that this House, this body has made a statement that it's not either or, it is both. We can do both. And we have the capacity to do this. And we can do this a number of ways. We can come back with language that says we're going to fund this raise if the voters approve it. Outside the cap, we can do it just like property taxes. If it's okay to spend $15 billion to do a property tax cut and say, voters, we'll cut taxes if you approve it, we can say, voters, we can spend $4 billion for teacher pay raises if you approve it. And that's all this amendment does. We can disagree over the math. We can disagree over whether when you take $12 billion out of Article 3 because it doesn't go to the classroom, is that an education spend or not? You all are smart enough, and your constituents are smart enough to know that if you're putting $1 in Article 3 to cut taxes, it's not going into the cafeteria. to help people eat. It's not going to the library to buy books, or maybe for some of you, take books out. It's not going to the school classroom. It's going to cut taxes. We're not going to graduate kids and have them have their best marks by cutting taxes. So this amendment, if we're going to stay to this amendment says there's $12 billion, almost $13 billion that we're about to transfer from general revenue to property tax relief. Before we send it away, send it to a place where we can never get it back, let's just carve out 4%. Let's just do a little bit more. Excuse me, not 4%. Let's carve out $4 billion and say we respect our teachers.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ashby, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
The gentleman
a
yield
question?
for a question.
Yes, sir, I yield.
Gentleman yield.
Thank you to my friend from San Antonio for yielding. And Representative Martinez-Fisher, I think that we evidently have a difference of numbers here from LBB, and I just wanted to clarify the numbers that we have in front of us. It was handed to me by Chairman Bonin. So to be clear, we are increasing our general revenue and all funds for public education in this budget to $70.4 billion, which is a 22.3% increase, and increasing our recapture funds in addition to that by $5.2 billion. So while I know that you have a sheet of numbers there that draw a little bit different picture, I just want to be clear that this is the facts, that what I just laid out as far as what we have from LBB as far as what we are investing in Article 3 in our public schools.
And being fair to you, because I respect you, I haven't seen your numbers. We talked about it here. What we disagreed on, you and I, was that we're going to double dip on that $12 billion, that it does count for school funding. Buying down property taxes is not school funding. Buying down property taxes is property taxes. I cannot educate my constituents on property tax cuts, the ones that are sitting in the classroom. And so we acknowledge that the chart I offered you and Chair Bonin to take with you is the chart from the LBB. I'm using their math. If you don't want to use my math about stripping out the ESSER funds, well, that's just something that we know how to do because we can count. Let's just take the all funds number, and we're putting about as much money in as we're taking out for property tax relief. So I guess the fundamental question, or I'm not going to ask you a question, I know better, but the fundamental issue is when we vote right now, are we taking a vote to say that property tax cuts is education funding? That's all I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is before we send that money away, this is $1 that will darn sure go in the classroom. As a matter of fact, it'll go to one of the two most important people in the classroom, and that's the person providing the instruction for the children that are taking the instruction. And I can't think of a higher and better use for Article 3 dollars, not your precious broadband money that you have down the road. This is precious Article 3 dollars. I'm also happy to take an amendment to this amendment. If we care about tax cuts more than we care about teacher pay raises in education, let's put this in a different article. Don't let me go home. Don't let me go home to my constituents. Don't let Lozano or Thompson or Anderson, don't let them go home to their constituents and say, oh man, we put $12 billion into schools. We killed it. Incidentally, we're going to let it out. Property tax cuts. We hope we're doing our best. Property tax cuts aren't in the Texas Constitution. That's not our duty. Our duty is the schools. And so that's just where we're at. I mean, this is a vote. This is a process vote. If we make a statement, sir, we're telling folks that we care about both, not just one. I could have swept the whole $12 billion. There's a lot of need in education. I gave you most of it. I gave you $8 billion. I'm just asking for $4 billion for teachers, and I want your consideration.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to be clear with the facts here that this is a historic amount of funding we're putting into public education. And while I understand that we have a difference of opinion in terms of prioritizing tax cuts to buy down local property taxes, it pertains to M&O for school districts. I know you and I have, and everyone on this floor has wanted to get to this day that's in this budget where the state's share of funding is 50% or greater for our public schools. And what I'm saying is we're doing both. We're taking care of our public teachers, and we're providing the tax cuts that our taxpayers are demanding. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate that. And I just want you to know that even though we're friends, if you're $5 billion broadband bill was in this budget, I'd be taking the money from there.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez-Fisher. Earlier this session, there was a press conference that I believe every member of your caucus likely attended, talking about a $15,000 pay raise for teachers. And I noticed that your amendment has a $10,000 pay raise for teachers. Are you saying that teachers aren't worth that extra $5,000 that y'all were in this room just 2 months ago talking about?
No, sir. We did that on purpose for you.
Okay.
So this is your opportunity to bring an amendment to the amendment. You want to join me? 15,000? Let's do it. I'll put my signature down if you put yours down.
Would you do 30,000 for teachers?
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah. Would you do 30,000?
You want to be a big boy? Let's do it.
Would you?
I'll delay.
Would you do 30,000 for teachers?
How much time do you need? How much time do you need?
Would you do 30,000 for teachers?
Hey, are you going to sign it?
For 40,000?
Are you going to sign it? Cheap seats, man. Come on. Let's go.
No, we'll just vote it down. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you for not caring about teachers.
He impugned your motive. Call him to order.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Ms. Isaac. A record vote has been granted. The clerk ring the bell. So Mr. Van Diemen voting nay. Dr. Bonham voting nay. Mr. King of Hempel voting nay. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. So Mr. Jatan voting nay. So Mr. Hunter voting nay. Of all members voted. Mr. Harrison voting nay. Of all members voted. There means 66 ayes and 79 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. The amendment on page 188 has been withdrawn. Members, the next amendment is on page 189. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment addresses the $2 billion deficit in special education funding that has characterized our state since 2021. It's a simple amendment that takes $2 billion out of the General Revenue Fund, in particular Rider 81, and contributes it to the proportion of our budget for students with disabilities. The Texas Education Agency has verified in its presentation before us that school districts are spending $1.9 billion more than we've provided to them to cover their needs for special education, and this amendment would solve that problem by filling that gap. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I'm sorry, did the gentleman say he has an amendment, or let him do that first.
Okay. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain his amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this amendment to the pending amendment simply makes the bill comply with the put and take requirements of the rule governing debate today by changing a drafting error from 11 billion to 10 billion. I move adoption of the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Bryant sends up an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the authors. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant on the amendment. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're aware that Texas has been already sued multiple times for failure to adequately provide services for students with disabilities, right?
I am, yes.
Yeah. And it is your intention of this amendment to make sure that we fulfill our obligation to make sure that the most vulnerable students in our schools are taken care of?
That's correct. It addresses the needs of disabled students and allows the school districts to be able to provide for those needs in a way that all have agreed is necessary.
And I mean, this is, and it's not just the students with severe disabilities. This includes students who might have just have dyslexia, might have hearing problems, might have vision problems, even very basic disabilities.
That's correct.
And this is something that we've owed these students for a long time.
It is, and as you said, we've been sued before, and if we don't address this problem, we will be sued again. It's our moral responsibility. It's one that everyone should share, and I think everyone should enthusiastically join in addressing.
Thank you so much. This is a good amendment.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, we receive federal funding for special ed, and that percent is going down. The required percent is going down, but we are appropriating money for special ed. Again, it's federally funded, and so I speak against this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple matter. We don't need to talk about federal funds or anything else complicated. We're $2 billion short of where we need to be to provide the needs of our disabled children and people with special needs. The school districts are having to do it. They don't have enough money to do it. They're $1.9 billion in the red with regard to their ability to do it, and they're having to come up with it out of local property taxes. Let's go ahead and act instead of waiting for all of these theories to play out and contribute $2 billion to special education.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Bryant, I appreciate this amendment that you have to the budget. Are you aware of, you said that there is a $2 billion with a B dollar deficit between what school districts spend for our special education population of students and what formula actually provides to our school districts. Did I understand correctly?
That is correct.
Do you know how many districts are spending more than the state is allotting in formula?
I don't know how many that is.
Would you be surprised to hear does about over 150 school districts spend more on special education than on than the state allows in formula funding?
I would not be surprised.
Right. Many of our districts, to the extent my own district, did you know, spends $80 million more than the state formula gives us for our most vulnerable population of students in this state. $80 million annually more than state funding formula allows.
I think that's an experience shared by many school districts.
Many school districts, and there are even some charter schools that are in this category. Did you know that? Where they are spending more than our funding formula allows. So it is a widespread problem across the state.
Well, it's shared by many of our 1,200 school districts. We have an opportunity to solve that problem today with a simple amendment to contribute $2 billion to make up the deficit.
Because we are currently still under federal oversight for our violations of the constitutional rights of students in special education, are we not?
That we are, yes, we are.
Do you know which administration put us under federal oversight?
No, but I'd like to know.
I want you to know this is not a partisan issue. It started under Betsy DeVos. We were put under federal oversight. It continues today with this administration, that we are under federal oversight for violating the rights of our special education kids all across the state. So what your amendment would do would give back our school districts that are probably represented by most of us here today, give them back the money that they've already spent that the state would not allot to them for these kids in our own districts, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption amendment. This is a record vote request by Ms. Isaac. A record vote has been granted. Clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Van Dever voting nay. Ms. Smith voting nay. Mr. King Hempel voting nay. Mr. Rogers voting nay. Mr. Chiton voting nay. Mr. Frazier voting nay. Mr. Harrison voting nay. Dr. Rogers voting nay. Ms. Harrison voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 65 ayes and 82 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The next amendment is on page 190. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
The amendment is withdrawn. The next amendment is on page 191. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryan to explain the amendment.
It's amendment 41.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Texas is 43rd in the United States in the state's contribution to public education. We have been in the basement for year after year after year. This time we have plenty of money to try to move us up towards at least the national average, and we have the opportunity with this amendment to take a big step in that direction. This amendment would increase the basic allotment by $500. I believe I heard a moment ago the chairman of the Education Committee said he's planning to increase it by $140. Well, $6,160 per ADA puts us in the basement at 43rd, like I told you just a moment ago. This amendment would add $500 to that. Now, what's the rationale for it? It requires another $1,000 per ADA just to make up for the inflation during the years that we've not given an increase to our public schools. I established in questioning Mr. Morath before the Education Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee that our public schools, our independent school districts, have not had an increase in public education funding since 2014. The increases you hear referred to, all of the balance went to charter schools. Your independent school district has not had an increase in funding since 2014. $6,160 is not adequate. We would have to move it vastly more than that even to be 25th in the nation. This would just move it up by $500 per ADA, take care of half of what's needed to make up for inflation, and I urge your support.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to speak against the amendment.
Members, I'd ask you to oppose this amendment again. Very similar to the discussion we just had. This is wanting to take money from the property tax relief, put it in BA. BA is wide open, and again, same argument. I would just ask you to vote no on this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I would just ask you, when are we going to finally try to move up toward the national average? This time we have the money. And once again, we're hear the same response. Well, we're going to do it next year. We have another bill. Something's going to happen to make it happen in the future. It's not going to happen in the future unless we get off this train, this status quo train, and take an action and actually increase it. Here's an opportunity to increase it by $500, half of what's necessary to make up for inflation during the years our school systems did not get.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I yield.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. I applaud your effort at this. I really do. Do you know what the national average basic allotment is?
I'd like to know.
Isn't it around $11,000 per student?
$11,000.
Do you know, and where are we at right now?
6,160.
And where are you trying to drive us to?
6,660.
Well, I do want to have an increase, but I feel like we're well below the national average. Any idea where we are, where we fall in terms of state ranking for the basic allotment for kids in public education?
43rd in the United States.
Would you agree that if this body was committed to public education, we would want to at least rise into the middle of the pack for the basic allotment for each of our kids?
If we were to increase the basic allotment to make us 25th, it would require $33 billion, which is a big statement with regard to where this surplus came from. It came from failing to fulfill our basic obligations under the Constitution and to our children.
Exactly. I applaud your effort. I wish the folks in here were actually paying attention to this conversation. I can barely hear you.
So do I. Yeah.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Bryant, for your effort today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Members of the House, I simply ask for your vote for a $500 increase in the basic allotment to make up for just half of the inflation effect on our public school systems while they have not been receiving an increase in funding. I urge passage.
The question occurs on the passage of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Ms. Isaac. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Van Dever voting nay. Mr. Smith voting nay. Mr. Mr. Bryant voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 62 ayes and 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The amendment on page 192 has been withdrawn. The following amendment is on page 193. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Members, much has been made of the $5 billion which HB 1 purports to set aside for public education, but that money would go to through the Texas Education Agency, and we don't know what's going to happen with that money. I suggest today that it's our responsibility to make sure we know what's going to happen to it, and that's to designate the $5 billion for the basic allotment. Let's don't leave it vague what's going to happen. Let's don't leave it to the Texas Education Agency. Let's don't leave it to future amendments and future decisions and future debates. Let's take the $5 billion and give it to the public school system.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hinojosa, for purpose.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. The gentleman yields.
Representative Bryant, I did not know you were carrying this amendment. I was remiss in my review of the amendments. Let me make sure I understand. You're saying that the $5 billion that we have set aside in this budget, you want to make sure it doesn't go to more FTEs at the TEA, but to the classrooms in our school districts directly to the children of Texas. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I look forward to supporting your amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is actually very simple. It defunds the entire $5 billion that is in House Bill 1 for the programs that we just described that are going to be so helpful to our students across the state of Texas. And for that reason, I'll ask you to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to close on the amendment.
Members, it's $5 billion we can put right into our school system, or $5 billion that can get frittered away over the TEL, and who knows what kind of grants and programs. It'll be talked about like it was a big deal for the schools, but it won't be unless we make it be. I urge you to vote for this amendment. Put the $5 billion in the basic allotment.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record of vote has been requested by Ms. Isaac. A record of vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting aye, Mr. Van Dever voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 62 ayes and 84 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The next amendment is on page 194. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bojani.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bajani to explain the bill. Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to offer an amendment to HB 1, Rider 82. The amendment is acceptable to the author. This amendment supports what we are doing for teacher retirement. Chairman Bonin has proposed a bill that provides a historic investment in both current and future retired educators. The current House plan to provide retired teachers with a desperately needed cost of living adjustment would include an increase in employee contribution to the TRS pension fund. These contributions come out of a school employee's paycheck, so increasing employees' contributions would effectively reduce the employee's take-home pay. At a time when educators are leaving the classroom in droves due to the insufficient compensation, this body would be united in the need to protect and increase teacher and educational support staff salaries. We know that it is the goal of this body to increase compensation for our state teachers. Many of us, Republican and Democrat alike, have stated this publicly here and back home. This amendment is a sign of good faith that we intend to, as part of increasing teacher pay, ensure that teachers are made whole for the additional cost of making certain that they will have a strong retirement fund when they themselves retire. This amendment allows public education funding increases to offset an increase in teacher contributions to the teacher retirement system. Thank you, Chairman Bonin, for your work on this important matter. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Bajani. In this time that you've been elected and now, have you had any retired teachers come to your office and talk to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. What do they tell you when they come to your office?
They need a COLA.
What is that?
Cost of living adjustment, which they've not had for a long time.
And why do they tell you that they need a raise in their COLA?
Because the money that is being provided to them is not sufficient to cover their expenses.
Yeah. So basically, when they were spending their careers educating our children, they were promised that while you may not have a great salary right now, we promise you a decent retirement. Would that be fair?
Yes, sir.
And would you say that the retirement that teachers are currently getting in Texas is unfair?
It's a broad statement, sir, but
would you say they don't get enough?
We need to pay
do?
them more. Absolutely.
Absolutely. So right now, teachers, retired teachers are suffering through inflation just like everyone else. Would that be fair?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. And so the amount of money that we give to our teachers who have spent 20, 30, maybe 40 or 50 years teaching our children, our unruly children, are now barely able to survive. Is that what you've heard from your retired teachers?
I have, yes.
Because that's what I'm hearing from my retired teachers. So I appreciate your amendment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Gervin-Hawkins, for what purpose?
I'd like the gentleman to ask a question, just to be clear.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
Sir, are you saying that the employee or the employer pays more? I'm just trying to figure it out.
What I'm saying?
What does your amendment says? The employee pays more or the employer?
What this allows is the money that has been earmarked for public schools and education, some of that to be allowed to offset the employee's contribution to the retirement system. Is that make sense?
I can't hear you. Repeat that again.
So what this bill allows is that we have certain money earmarked for public schools, public education. This allows some of that money to be used to reduce the employees, the teachers' part of the retirement pension fund or contribution.
So use some of the retirement funds to contribute more?
No, to use these funds to be able to, the active teachers right now have to pay a higher percentage from their salaries. So right now they're required to pay 8.25%. They will be having to pay 9% from their paycheck. So what this bill allows, or this rider allows, is some of the money to go to reduce that percentage, so that way we're not taking too much of their salaries to be able to have a teacher retirement system.
So you're saying active teachers will pay more?
So that there's a bill, HB 600, that covers the entire retirement system and the pension fund and the cost of living adjustment that has been given. And that's really good because it provides a cost of living adjustment to the active teachers and to the retired teachers. But in order to do that, they have to increase the current teachers have to increase their contribution from 8.25% to 9%. So this rider has nothing to do with that. What
9% from what to 9%? What are they paying?
8.25% to 9%. But that's not this bill here. Maybe am I explaining it? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, just move it on.
I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Just move adoption.
Okay. I move adoption, Speaker.
Mr. Bajani moves adoption of the amendment that is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Members, the next amendment is on page 195. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bernal.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the last time I was here was talking about a bill that we had passed a few sessions ago that for whatever reason, department didn't want to implement even though they had everything they needed. Now imagine that was the case with HB 3. You've heard about that quite a bit. We passed that a couple of sessions ago. Representative King, Van Dever, Ashby, we worked on this. Part of HB 3, the department doesn't want to implement. So all this amendment does, we're not taking money from one place and putting it in another. We're saying, take the money you have that's for this purpose and do what you're supposed to do. I believe it's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Bernal sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendments on page 196 to 198 have been moved to Article 11. Members, the next amendment is on page 199. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Herrero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Herrero to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you may have heard of this amendment, simple amendment. All we are doing is restating what is already in the Constitution, and that is the funds appropriated for our public schools will remain as such. So if you look at the amendment, it says that this amendment prohibits the use of appropriated money for school vouchers or other similar programs, meaning the monies appropriated by the state will be for our public primary and public secondary education. And just so that you know, under the education code as it exists now, an open enrollment charter school is part of the public school system of this state. Move for adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, first of all, I have tremendous respect for Representative Herrero and his passion about this issue, as many of you on this floor. I don't think there's anyone in this body that does not love our public schools. It's been my family's life. It's what we've done. It's where my kids have gone to school. But I have tremendous faith in this body at a time when our kids have suffered through a pandemic, when we've seen learning loss, we've seen families torn apart by disease, and we've seen families torn apart by economic disruption, and our kids are behind. And I can tell you on Tuesday, there will be 6 pieces of legislation laid out before the Public Education Committee that will simply offer up a list of ideas of ways that we could potentially, if this body agreed to it, move our kids forward and provide resources for our schools while honoring the fact that we all know that parents are in control of their children's education. And I feel like this process with this amendment turns things really in the wrong direction. It is the proverbial cart before the horse. So with that, I will respectfully oppose and speak against this amendment. And I would also like to move to table this amendment so that we can begin to have a discussion in the process that the Texas House is known for, to be thoughtful about it and come up with good policy. So I move to table the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Herrera to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so if you support your neighborhood schools, if you support your public school teachers, whether they work at a public education school or a public charter school, we want to make sure that we vote against the motion to table. So for the new members, they're asking not to vote on the subject matter. This is a procedural vote. They're asking you to vote to table. So I'm asking you to vote no on the motion to table so that we can actually get on the subject matter before us, and that is to ensure that our public funds are used for our public schools. And so for that, I ask that you oppose the motion to table and so that we can actually vote on the subject matter before us.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I believe this may be the first motion to table vote that I'm aware of. Just want to make sure the body knows how to vote before the bell is rung.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I move to oppose the table.
Mr. Herrera sent up an amendment. Dr. Buckley has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you support Mr. Herrera's amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you oppose Mr. Herrera's amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. This is a division vote. The clerk will ring the bell. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Herrera. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Goldman voting aye. Mr. Herrera voting nay. All members voted. There being 64 ayes and 71 nays, the motion to table fails. Any member wish to speak for, on, or against the amendment? Any member would speak for, against, or on the amendment. The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there may be no greater issue that we grapple with as a body this legislative session than how we educate the next generation of Texans. This amendment should be opposed both on policy grounds and on procedural grounds. An overwhelming majority of Texans and Texas parents support education freedom. We are blessed, and I would be the first to say, to have tremendous public schools in the state of Texas. I stand here before you as a very proud public school parent. But not every Texan has that opportunity. We've got to oppose this amendment on policy and also on the procedural grounds. As Chairman Buckley laid out, we have numerous bills that have been filed this session, and we as a deliberative body owe it to our constituents to have a chance to deliberate the questions of education freedom. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schlatzlein to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Look, something that I often hear from members on the other side of this issue is that we should listen to the wishes of our constituents when determining our position on legislation. One of the most important demographics to me, and the demographic that should be important to all of you, is the parents of our districts. Our Texas parents are struggling under the weight of high property taxes, rapid inflation. They've suffered with balancing the COVID pandemic and the effects that had on our children's education. And I know that the taxpayer-funded lobbyists, special interest groups have become very active in the last few days, flooding our offices with calls, pressuring us to oppose school choice, trying to drown out the voice of parents across the state. And I would like to share with y'all some statistics about Texas parents that should make clear the position of our constituents to us. And according to UT Tyler poll conducted in March of this year, showed that 60% of Texas voters support education freedom. The University of Texas at Austin conducted a similar study, also showing a plurality of Texas voters support such measures. And then this UT Austin study also helped debunk the fallacy that rural voters strongly oppose education freedom, as the polls concluded there was actually not a rural divide on the issue of school choice in the state of Texas. And finally, most importantly, the research shows that 74% of parents with school-age children want control over their children's education dollars. I ask you members, please vote no on this amendment. The reality is that I believe that we have never seen any type of competition harm an industry. Our public schools are no different, and this has got to be something that we get to discuss and work towards as a body. I believe that parents should be empowered in the state of Texas. Please vote no on the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Members, I hope you appreciate it. I don't come up here much. I'd ask if I could just get 3 minutes of your attention for a second. You can be for all parents and all kids in your district. Public schools are great. I look forward to voting later for a big increase in funding to public schools. The vast majority of kids in Texas will always go to public schools, and I want them to thrive. The future of our state depends on it. But no matter how good the school is in your district, no matter how good, somebody in here has the best school district in the state, no matter how good those schools are, every child has different needs, and parents should have available options. No school can be all things to all people, no matter how good your school district is. We can do multiple things at once. We can be pro-public school, pro-charter school, and even possibly consider being pro-ESAs if we want to meet the needs of every parent and every child in this state, and I really think everybody in here wants to. I have talked to a lot of you over the last month as we have been working on this, and it has been very respectful, at least the discussions that I've had with members. But you know what? Virtually every member that I've talked to that is against this has also told me about at least one exception in their family. A child, a grandchild, a friend, that for whatever reason, public school wasn't perfect for them for their entire career. The difference is, members, every one of us is for choice when it comes to your own children and your own grandchildren. The difference is that members in this room Members in this room have the resources and the connections to make the choices that many of your constituents don't have. The bills that I hope that at some point we can at least discuss on the floor focus on providing some of the same options that you and I have for kids and parents in this state. I ask you to be for every parent, every child in this state, and give your constituents the same choices that you and I have. Ask you to vote against this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Herrera to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please stick with our public schools and our...
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, hope I didn't cause any confusion on the motion to table. But what we stand here today is not in a situation to be for or against your public schools. It's about the process that we have in the Texas House. It's about the process of what we're doing today, a constitutionally required effort to pass a budget. But then that is the framework. The flesh has to be put on these bones. And that's what happens in our committees. And I am absolutely certain that the Texas House Committee on Public Education will have a thoughtful discussion on Tuesday with several hundred Texans coming to the Texas Capitol to make their opinion known. And then, as we always do, we'll get together, R's and D's, those that are for it and against it and kind of in the middle, and come up with some sort of policy that may or may not leave the committee. But I do believe that we should respect the process and make sure that we have the discussions in the proper order so that we can have good policy that leaves this body. And so that's why I'm opposing the amendment today.
Mr. Harris, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Buckley, is it your position that the debate that we're trying to have over this amendment in this policy area, given the fact that we have several bills that will be heard in your committee and the Pub Ed Committee next week, the budget is not the appropriate place to have this debate? Is that your position?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have to look at what ideas are brought before the committee. And then, as you know, many bills before a committee go through a process of changing and amending and working it out amongst members. And that's the process. I mean, the way if this amendment is adopted, you could take a simple grant that special ed parents are now receiving to provide services or special items for their special needs kids, and basically this amendment says you can't do it. We need to wrap policy around this budget. We've set the framework, and I just ask that you oppose this amendment and help the Public Education Committee and help your colleagues wrap policy around the budget, and let us go through the process to see what policy may come forth from the Public Education Committee in the Texas House. And then that's only one hurdle if that were to occur. This raucous body of folks that care about the kids back home will again have another opportunity to decide on the policy. So that's what I ask, is we simply let that process go forth.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harris, for what purpose?
I move to have the remarks between myself and Dr. Buckley placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Smithy, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield, Mr. Speaker?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Dr. Buckley, I think you and Mr. Harris just made a good point. Is your meeting for next week on these bills, is it posted currently?
Yes, sir.
And
it's
so
been
the
posted
public,
since yesterday morning.
And so the public will have notice of that hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
And people from all over the state will be able to come to that hearing and testify for or against the proposals that are before the committee.
That's correct.
And that's part of the democratic process, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And you know, the Texas House used to be, more so than now, a marketplace of ideas, most of which were bad, some of which were good, but we were never afraid to discuss those ideas. And so my concern is we're going to take a vote here today without public input on the issues that we're voting for. And this is not just an ordinary issue. The proponents of school choice claim that it will be the greatest thing that will ever happen to school children in the state of Texas. The opponents say that it will destroy our education system. I suspect the result would be somewhere in the middle. But at least we shouldn't proceed with this important question before we let the public have a say in what we're going to do. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir. I mean, we've argued amendments today that talk about shifting funding around that don't take into account good bills I know will be heard that will actually solve the problem these amendments we're trying to solve. And so I think the process should be where we lay the policy out before a committee of our peers and we provide input from everybody in this body, and we hear from Texans about the direction they want to go for their children.
And I've always voted against vouchers in the past when we've had these proposals, and I may likely vote against them again this time. But I would like to hear the input and the arguments before you and I cast that vote.
Yes, sir. And that's why I asked people to oppose the amendment, to let the conversation continue so that we can have the robust debate that we have in this body. And that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
At this point. Thank you. Members, I just encourage you to be thoughtful about your vote. The bills are going to be heard on Tuesday and starts at 8 o'clock. I'll be there. Tune in, and you'll see Texas weighing in on this issue from across the state. Thank you.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the amendment? The chair recognizes Mr. Herrera to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, procedurally, just so you know, we're now on the amendment. So if you support our public schools, if you support our public school teachers, if you support our public charter schools, then you would support by voting yes for this amendment. There was a comment that was made, and let me say this. This wouldn't be the first time, if this is adopted, that this similar amendment has previously been adopted in previous sessions on the budget. And the debate has continued, as we know. So the discussion about whether or not the debate will continue, I leave that for you to decide. Another comment that is made, another way of thinking about this amendment is these are public funds for public schools. As I mentioned to you, the Public Education Code specifically identifies under 12.105 that an open enrollment charter school is part of a public school system of this state, right? So that's a public school, public funds for public schools. Another discussion, although not mentioned specifically, was a reference to the Supplemental Special Education Services Grant. And let me just say that this amendment does nothing to negatively affect that program, because in order to be eligible for this program, it says students must currently be, and then one point is enrolled in a Texas public school. And so these are public funds for public schools, as is outlined and stated specifically in the Texas Constitution. And for that, members, please stick with our public school teachers, our neighborhood schools, and our public charter schools and vote yes for this amendment.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. A record vote is requested by Minister for Pursuit. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Wally voting aye. Mr. Herrera voting aye. Mr. King from Hempel voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 52 nays, the amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 200 has been withdrawn. Ms. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please take your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, could we put all the exchanges for the Herrera amendment, reduce them to writing, and place them in the journal?
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next amendment is on page 201. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Point of order.
Mr. Hayes, for what purpose? Let me guess. A point of order.
Point of order. You got it. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a point of order against further consideration of the amendment under Rule 8, Section 4 of the House Rules on the grounds that it changes general law.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Hey, I was just told there was a deal. We'll withdraw.
Okay, we're withdrawing the point.
Hang on. Let me get him.
The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment improves transparency by requiring charter schools to post vital information on their website. I move adoption.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 202 has been withdrawn. The amendments on page 203 to 206 have been moved to Article 11. Members, the next amendment is on page 207. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I rise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 8, Section 4 of the House Rules on the grounds that it changes general law.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Now. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment's been withdrawn.
The amendment on page 208 has been withdrawn. The amendments on page 209 to 212 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 213. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Cook.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allotment for the National Medal of Honor Museum is already in Article 11. I want to speak just a moment about the request, and then I intend to withdraw the amendment that attempts to move it to Article 3. While over 1.5 million students live within a 40-mile radius of the museum and can visit in person through this investment, only about, within that 40-mile radius, only those students living within that range will most likely visit in person. Through the technology that would be made possible by this article investment would allow people from all around Texas to visit the museum. And it would give all Texas teachers and students in grades 7 through 11 access to the museum digitally. The Texas Medal of Honor Integration Initiative will provide digital classroom instructional platforms that allow teachers and students across Texas to experience a narrative journey of the lives and heroism of Medal of Honor recipients. This initiative's educational curriculum will be aligned with Texas social studies and language arts. Additionally, the curriculum will align with the positive character traits that this body passed in 2019, including courage, respect, courtesy, gratitude, loyalty, and generosity. These characteristics are perfectly demonstrated by General Pat Brady, who visited us on the Texas House floor just last week. Members, each of you received an email from General Brady yesterday, and I just want to read one paragraph from that email. It says that my fellow Medal of Honor recipients and I view this museum and institute as a way as we can continue serving long after each of us are gone. We hope our stories and the values which drove us to do what we did on the battlefield and in life will serve as an inspiration for future generations to know that they too can act with courage and honor in the moments which matter most. Members, I just ask that our conferees, that when they have an opportunity to work on this particular article, that they make sure that the final budget includes full funding as currently allocated in Article 11. And I thank you for your attention and time and move to withdraw this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Jones, for what purpose? The amendment on page 215 has been withdrawn. Is Mr. Raymond on the floor of the House? The next amendment is on page 216. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Raymond.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I really don't want to do this one, but I have to. I rise on a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 8, Section 4, of the House Rules, and that the amendment creates or modifies or amends general law.
Mr. Kane, please bring your point of order down front.
Cody.
The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'll start off by saying this is acceptable to the author. Members, the bill already does an analysis of high-cost hospital claims in ERS care, the ERS system. So this amendment would simply do the same thing that TRS care. It's acceptable to the author, and it's going to save a lot of money, so move adoption.
Mr. Raymond sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 217 has been withdrawn. The amendment on page 219 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 221 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 223 has been withdrawn. The amendments on page 224 to 227 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 230. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kemple.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment which is acceptable to Mr. Van Dever, this amendment would authorize a coordinating board to work with institutions of higher education and ensure that all top 10% graduates that are eligible for a Texas grant can receive one. Right now, they're having trouble identifying and just letting the higher ed coordinating board work with those institutions. And I'll move passage.
Mr. Kemple sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Members, the next amendment is on page 231. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Mesa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an amendment to the amendment to correct a drafting error. In the bill, it says, in the amendment, excuse me, it says A&M, but it needed to say A&M Kingsville. So that's the amendment to the amendment, acceptable by the, to the author.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Mesa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to stress the importance of having certified teachers in bilingual and English as a second language and Spanish languages for our communities in Texas. 40% of the population in Texas is Hispanic, and 53% of the students enrolled in Texas public schools are Hispanic. Forgive me. I hear I need to ask to accept the amendment to the amendment.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to close on the amendment.
As adopted. Yes, thank you. Now we're back on the amendment as adopted. Thank you for all the assistance. 53% of the students enrolled in Texas public schools are Hispanic, and we have a bilingual teacher shortage. You've heard about a teacher shortage. It's even stronger, more serious for bilingual teachers, and it's persisted for over 30 years. So this is not something recent related to the pandemic. It's been an ongoing problem. It touches all corners of the state. So this amended rider increase and expansion to 5 additional universities. The bill, originally it had that it was for UT Arlington only, which is my alma mater, but we're extending it to include 5 additional universities with strong bilingual educator preparation programs that will support prospective bilingual ESL and Spanish language teacher candidates in other high-need areas. So we're going to be including Houston, El Paso, Rio Grande Valley, San Antonio, and Kingsville. And this will help address our teacher shortage across the state. This will make awards to qualified students admitted to the teacher education program in bilingual ed or other comparable programs for teacher education in English as a second language or Spanish. Our population is growing. We need to allow for programs like this to be part of our curriculum so our Lone Star State can succeed and be inclusive. Supporting bilingual ed and bilingual teachers makes for a stronger and smarter Texas education system. This adjusted rider made it into the Senate budget, by the way, and so now we'd like to have it in the House. So thank you, and I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The next amendment, pardon me, is on page 232. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Joe Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson of Harris to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, to ensure that we can understand a clear picture of the opportunity barriers faced by current and former foster youth when trying to access housing, this amendment would have Higher Education Coordinating Board and the Department of Family and Protective Services conduct a study. This study would help us look at most vulnerable population in our society, and these studies will likely help us have a better understanding of how to help this vulnerable population understand the access to housing. This amendment is favorable to the author, and I certainly appreciate their support. I move passage or adoption.
Mr. Johnson of Harris sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
I was going to ask the gentlelady a question.
The following amendment is on page 233. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I do have a perfecting amendment to the amendment, and I'd like to offer that amendment up for consideration or acceptance.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment to amendment just simply says that we will be amending this. The initial draft of the amendment had the wrong funds for this amendment, and so at this point, the amendment just changes the funding source, and I'd like to move this to Article 11.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to close on the amendment.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, let me just say one thing about this amendment because it is going to Article 11. This is an amendment to allow us to take some federal funds and move it to an urban scholarship that exists at the state of Texas from unclaimed funds and move $1 million to the rural scholarship program so that kids that are not the A students and not the B students, but C students and students that are going to different programs other than four-year universities will have funding to support that. This is an important amendment in that it does invest in our children. And since it seems like all the great amendments are going to Article 11, it makes sense that this would join them. So at this time, I would like to move it to the place where all of the great amendments are in Article 11. Thank you.
Members, Ms. Davis moves adoption and placement of the amendment into Article 11. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The amendments on page 234 and 235 have been moved to Article 11. Members, the next amendment is on page 236. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I have an amendment to the amendment. This amendment deals with a scholarship program for Dean Thompson and Dr. Jesse W. Jones, and I have an amendment to the amendment to clear up.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for approval for the amendment to the amendment, which allows us to clear up how we do a put and take with regard to the federal funds.
Ms. Davis sends up an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, this is a scholarship program in honor of Dean Thompson and Jesse Jones, a former colleague here in the legislature, who's a tenured professor, retired professor from Baylor University, and it would make sense that we would invest a scholarship program in their name because it sends a signal of outstanding, not only service, but dedication to education. I am moving this to that heavenly body over in Article 11 that says all good things go there so that we can sweep them back into the budget. And I would ask members to remember that this is a scholarship program to our former colleague and our current dean of the House. With that, I reluctantly give it to this other pot of amendments where it would appear only good stuff is going. So thank you.
Members, Ms. Davis moves adoption and placement of the amendment into Article 11. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the amendments on page 237 to 239 have been moved to Article 11. Members, the next amendment is on page 240. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is simply a technical name change to align the strategy with the name of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Economic Innovation at the University of Texas at Arlington. As this program has grown, the business community and the advisory board have leaned into the technology side of entrepreneurship and have made this change to the Center for Entrepreneurship and Technology Development. It is acceptable. I move adoption.
Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Members, the amendments on page 241 to 244 have been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 245 has been withdrawn. Members, the amendments on page 246 to 257 have been moved to Article 11. Members, the next amendment is on page 258. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the amendment.
Okay. This is a. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, members. This is the amendment. I think I'm on the right one. That simply changed the language. I put in language under Texas Southern's law school some time ago, and somehow or another the language got inadvertently changed, and so we're putting back to the way it was. Thank you. Yeah. And I believe it's acceptable, members.
Mr. Dutton sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Members, the amendments on pages 259 to 262 have been moved to Article 11. Members, the amendment on page 264 has been moved to Article 11. Members, the amendments on page 268 to 266 to 268 have been moved to Article 11. Members, the next amendment is on page 269. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Niava Criado.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Diversity. The condition of having or being composed of differing elements. Equity, freedom from bias or favoritism. Inclusion, to take in or comprise as a part of a whole or group. Members, today I ask you, which of these three oppose our purpose? Which of these three threaten our triumphs? Our purpose to elevate our state to its highest fulfillment, to its greatest destiny? Which of these three threaten our triumphs? The diversity of our state has made Texas a beacon for economic development. The equity evident from the transformations we have led from this very chamber, from our classrooms to our courtrooms, has ripened the fields of opportunity. In inclusion, we find security. Security to start a family and settle down, to throw down roots from Amarillo to Galveston. And today, we have a choice to make. Before us now is a fork in the road. We can vote to defund public colleges that honor the diversity of our communities. We can vote to strip funding from young people trying to get ahead in life, trying to pull themselves up from their bootstraps, simply because they acknowledge that our differences make us stronger. Students who had bravery to travel to this Texas Capitol with righteous indignation. We can muzzle our professors and force blinders on our students to prevent them from seeing themselves and their peers as they are. But we are better than that. This chamber is better than that. Our values are stronger than our weaknesses. We can choose to honor all the elements that make our Texas the strongest state in the union. We can choose to write in our laws the justice that follows generations of forced racial isolation. DEI policies loosen the pains of poverty for thousands of college students and elevate our public universities to become centers of intelligent Socratic discourse. We have come a long way since the days when Mexican and Black students were legally prohibited from receiving an education alongside their peers. DEI policies provide our Tier 1 research universities with billions of dollars every single year in federal research funds, funds that keep Texas at the forefront of discovery, of scientific innovation and exploration. And eliminating DEI initiatives leaves our state at an economic disadvantage and dulls our competitive edge nationally. Texas is strongest when our institutions of higher education reflect the makeup of our public schools. Texas businesses enjoy peak innovation when creativity and diversity flourish. Our state is best described by the book of Revelation, a great multitude which no one could number, of all nations, tribes, peoples, and tongues standing before the throne. This great multitude of people count on us to do right by them. This great multitude of tribes has chosen us to do right by their children, to count their triumphs as our victories, to mourn their losses and as our own. We have to come out of a great tribulation, and we cannot return to the wilderness.
Ms. Morales, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the representative yield for some questions?
Does the representative yield for questions?
I do.
She yields.
Representative Nave Criado, thank you so much for this amendment. It is so important. And I wanted to ask you, would you say that Rider 61, as written and without your amendment, infringes on the Civil Rights Act of 1964?
Yes, it does. And I'll share one example of where it violates Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. The law states that the denial of language services to English learners or people with limited English proficiency is a violation. Without this amendment, colleges and universities will have no choice but to deliberately ignore language services for fear of being quote unquote inclusive. Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a stepping stone for all in the United States, not just people of color. It prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, sex, religion, and national origin. So DEI programs are put in place to ensure that there's no discrimination in hiring, promoting, or firing of people representing these groups.
Thank you. And there's a quote from Mark Twain that says, "History doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme." Would you agree that this DEI prohibition, without your amendment,
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
would you agree? Let me start over. There's a quote from Mark Twain that says, "History doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme." Would you agree that this DEI prohibition, without your amendment, takes us backwards to battles fought in this chamber decades ago?
Unfortunately, yes. In 66 years ago, in the second called session of the 55th legislature, priorities were laid out. to pass segregation laws. And in this same chamber in 1957, members of the House voted 115 to 26 to pass a bill giving the governor and school boards the power to immediately close any school where federal troops might be sent to enforce integration. They voted to close schools rather than integrate, and I think folks can draw their own conclusion about what's happening here.
Thank you so much. I support you in this amendment.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the lady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I do.
She yields.
Thank you so much, Representative Nieves-Cruz. Were you aware that public schools, public universities in the state of Texas did not even legally admit black students until the 1960s and 70s in Texas?
Yes.
And I know that seems like a really long time ago, but for me, that was maybe just a few years or maybe just a decade before I was even born. That's within our lifetimes. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And when we talk about DE&I, we're not just talking about ethnic or racial issues, are we?
You're correct. There's a wide variety of issues, veterans, people with disabilities.
And let's talk a little bit about that. One of the main points of DE&I programs is to look out for whether there are intentional discriminations and sometimes unintentional discriminations. Is that fair?
That's absolutely fair.
In fact, there may be things that a university might be doing that they're not even aware is causing an unintended discrimination against someone. Would that be fair? That's something that they do?
Yes.
Okay. And especially in relation to people who are disabled, especially in relation to our veterans who may have special needs due to their service, due to their trauma, due to their injuries, they may often get overlooked in the services that a university provides. Would that be fair?
That's fair. It's so important to have members and individuals from those different backgrounds at the table to be able to guide the universities and the policies so that they're not discriminatory.
Absolutely. It's not enough to just say, dear veterans, we're not going to intentionally discriminate against you, but yet leave in place all the things that unintentionally discriminate against them. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's correct.
So, in service to all of our people, that include people of color, that include people in minority communities, that include people of religious minorities, that include people of different physical abilities, that include people who have service histories that brought them into the line of fire, that caused them to be injured, that caused them to have differing medical conditions. It is incumbent upon us to make sure that not only do we not intentionally discriminate against them, but that all our institutions are fair. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
And more than just fair, but equal, that we treat them equally, right?
Precisely.
That is where the E in DEI comes from, right?
Yes.
We want equality. We want equity for all of our people, not giving any one group an advantage, but to say we will treat all students, all staff equally. That is the goal of this organization, and that is the goal of our university. Would that be fair?
That's absolutely fair. We must overcome decades of past discrimination to get to our state to the place that it deserves to be.
And if our schools do not make sure that all students are treated equally, that all university staff are treated equally, we will have a harder time recruiting, won't we?
We're already seeing and hearing concerns from higher ed professors and others that this is absolutely going to impact our state's recruitment efforts.
The lady's time's expired.
We move to extend.
Mr. Speaker, I move to extend the lady's time.
Mr. Wu moves to extend the lady's time. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Mr. Wu, for what
Mr. Speaker,
purpose?
would the lady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I do yield.
She yields.
And would you agree with me that Texas is an extremely diverse state?
Texas is, yes. We have the state with the largest population that has been fueled by Latino growth. It's the state with the largest population of African Americans in the entire nation. Our AAPI communities are growing at a high rate, absolutely.
And in fact, did you know that the Asian community in the state of Texas is the fastest growing community in the state?
Yes, and that's something that we're proud of.
And even within, let's just say, the Asian community itself, there is incredible diversity within that community. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And there's incredible diversity within the Latino community, right?
Yes, we have folks from all backgrounds.
And it's important for us and important for our schools to not only recognize this diversity, but make sure that everyone from every group feels like they have a place in this world. Would that be fair?
Absolutely, and that's why we need to strike this rider to ensure that our budget reflects the moral values of our state, and that is that we believe that diversity is a good thing, that it's not a bad word that it's become in this House.
And so if we delete our university's ability to include people, to make sure that we recognize and value their diversity and that we're inclusive of them, this will diminish our competitive ability. Would that be fair?
Absolutely. And we want to make sure Texas is the most competitive state in the nation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to speak in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I opposed this original rider when it was in the Appropriations Committee, and I am standing here in support of this amendment to take it off of our budget. And the reason, I think, needs to be stated very clearly, that while there's a lot of people out there who think that the DE&I programs are some kind of like this nebulous, abstract type of feel-good concept, these are actually very important offices. The most important role that they play is to make sure that everyone has a fair shot. Not an upper hand, not a special consideration, but to make sure that it's fair for everyone. Whether that person, that student, or that professor, or a staff member, whether they're black and from the inner city, whether they're white and from rural communities, whether they're an injured veteran, whether it's somebody who's disabled, whether it's somebody with special needs, whether it's a person who's blind, whether it's a person who has hearing impaired. It makes sure that we all have a fair shot. What is wrong with diversity? Look at this body. We are diversity. We all have something to contribute. We all have something valuable about ourselves. And when we come together, we add that diversity, add that difference to this body, and that's how we're able to do so many things, because we have different people who have different ideas and different experiences. Those are valuable things. Diversity is valuable. The concept of equality, of equity, I can think of few American values more important than equity. To come here, to be a part of a government that stands for the idea that we are all created equal, that we should all be treated equally no matter who we are, what our differences are, and what we want to achieve. The premise of American democracy is based on the idea of equality, that there is no king, that there are no princes, that there are no queens, that we are all equal under the law no matter who we are. Equity is valuable. And the concept of inclusion. The concept of inclusion is especially important, I think, especially for the people who stand around me right now. There's many of us here that in the years past, we would not have been allowed to be in this position. It wasn't that long ago that Black and Latinos were not even allowed to be admitted into public universities. It wasn't that long ago that we were forbidden from doing certain things. It wasn't that long ago that Chinese people were forbidden from owning land. And yet, we persevered and we fought and we demanded a place at the table. We were included. And now, in this effort to push back DE&I, what we're saying is, all you people here who now have a place at the table, all these communities who fought and bled and sometimes even died to have a seat at the table, we are now being told, get up and leave. Leave this table, you are no longer included. And I won't stand for that, and I know a lot of people won't either. We refuse to get up from this table. We refuse to go back under. We refuse to get the scraps. We want our diversity to matter. We want us to be equal, and we want to be included. And this is something that is worth our time, not only in this body, but in our society as a whole, that we should strive for all of these things. And by getting rid of this in our highest academic institutions, we are saying to the world, Texas is no longer a welcoming place.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am in support of Chairwoman Niave's amendment, which strikes Rider 61, the prohibition of unconstitutional diversity, equity, and inclusion programs or practices. You know, I remember the words of Dr. King that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And my colleagues are right. It was just in recent years, that African Americans and Hispanics were able to attend these public colleges and universities because of the history of white supremacy, because of the history of racism and discrimination that didn't end until the end of Jim Crow was struck down. It wasn't until then that we had an openness for African Americans to attend these universities. And here we are today, unfortunately in 2023, seeking to take away the little progress that we've made. We've made some marginal progress because of these diverse equity and inclusion programs. What we should be doing, members, is strengthening them. We should be adding additional resources because when you look at the disparities that exist still within our Tier 1 universities, there are very few minorities that are represented on faculties. There are very few students that are represented. So we're still just trying to catch up for that long history of discrimination. DEI programs extend far beyond race. They take into account gender, sexual orientation, disabilities, veteran status, and other underrepresented identities. And for the record, some people may know that based on the 2020 census, there are more African Americans in Texas than any other state in this country. We should be embracing that diversity. Our diversity is our strength. What kind of message are we sending to the record number of African Americans? What kind of message are we sending to Hispanics and Asians and people with disabilities? The message is loud and clear. You're not welcome in Texas. We want your money, but we don't want you at our universities. That is the wrong message. Why are we trying to be on the wrong side of history when we've overcome many of the ills that our country once grappled with? There is no reason for us to go back to those dark days, but that is what we're doing. When Governor Abbott pronounced this out of the blue, out of nowhere in February, during Black History Month, it was an insult to many of the African Americans and other minorities in this state. I haven't heard my phone ringing so much from my constituents that were outraged. What is going on? Why are we doing this? What is happening? This is wrong. Research demonstrates that colleges' diversity courses have positive impacts on college students' cognitive development in the realms of critical thinking and intellectual engagement, since they are exposed to a myriad of different perspectives from different groups. That is the benefit. That helps us to end stereotypes and stigmas. It is not what Texas is about. And one of the main reasons why thousands of students choose to attend our colleges and universities is because of the diversity. Are we saying we want the African American students on our colleges for football and basketball and track, but not in our classrooms? Is that the message that we're sending? Rider 61 is an attempt to do away with all of the wonderful aspects of DEI, claiming that they are not unconstitutional. The truth of the matter is that they are initiatives that are working. And in fact, the federal government embraces this. The U.S. Department of Education embraces this. There's been no ruling by a U.S. Supreme Court against it. I encourage my colleagues to think about what we're doing and all of the good that DEI has brought to this state, making Texas one of the fastest growing states, not one of the fastest growing states in the country, the 9th largest economy in the world. Those dollars, ladies and gentlemen, are the majority of the citizens that happen to be majority minority. Now, finally, I just want to say that each and every one of us stands on the shoulders of those who came before us, those who fought so tirelessly and gave their lives to end Jim Crow in this state. But with policies like this, it opens up old wounds. It triggers feelings of inferiority, and it triggers sentiments of white supremacy. And I'm asking members to vote against this, to be on the right side of history, to do the right thing, and stand with us in this diverse body. I ask you to support Representative Chairwoman Niave's amendment, because our diversity is our strength. Be on the right side of history. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and colleagues that are standing up here at the podium with me. Many of the comments that I was going to make certainly have been said, certainly from a statistical perspective. What I'd like to do is give you the second part of what I was going to talk about, and that's the personal story. Some of you have heard me say that several dates that many folks remember is the day they got married, which is a smart thing to do, and the other one is the day, if they were veterans, the day they enlisted. The day they enlisted in the service. The day I enlisted in the service was March the 23rd, 1968. For those of you that are trying to do the math, I'm 73 years old. I was 18 years old at that time, and I was getting out of high school. I was a senior in high school. I didn't have a way to go up. I didn't have a way to get out. I had to do something to make sure that I could try to secure my future as best I could, as best as my family could afford. My parents did not go to high school. Middle school, elementary school were their levels of accomplishment. I knew I wanted to do better. They wanted me to do better. And I knew that my way forward was by getting in the military. When I got out of the military, I immediately made sure that I took advantage of every opportunity that I had, whether it was a GI Bill and today's version of it, which is a Hazelwood that takes on a lot of the family members of veterans. Those are the tools that are getting used by minorities to be able to get into the universities, to be able to get an education, to be able to break the cycle of poverty, to be able to know that there's an opportunity for them to succeed. If we don't give them that, if we don't give them a chance to sit at the table in the classrooms, then we're denying them that opportunity. That's why I stand before you today in support of this amendment. We must do that.
Mr.
We must
Speaker.
be able to secure
Ms. Garcia,
those
for what
kinds of...
purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I would be honored for a question from you,
The
ma'am.
gentleman yields.
Thank you so much for your testimony and sharing your support of this initiative, Rep. Lopez. I too am a veteran, and I also remember very distinctly August 15th, 1995. I'll never forget that day as long as I live. And one thing that's so beautiful about that day, it was the first time that this Afro-Latina had freedom in her life. And I'm gonna tell you how that's possible. I grew up in a country where my being culturally ambiguous was a problem. You see, I'm not white enough for white people. I'm not black enough for black folks. I'm not Latina enough for Latinos. This is what I've experienced my entire life. I'm not a victim. Rest assured, I'm not a victim. I've triumphed greatly. At 19 years old, I got custody of my brother, who is a black man to this day, at this day. When I was leaving Germany, and I had a choice of 5 states to move to: Florida, California, Louisiana, Missouri, Texas. I thought long and hard, where would I be accepted? Missouri, no go. Florida, I can pass for Cuban. However, I wanted someplace where my black brother could grow up proud. And because of that, I chose Texas. I chose a base that I could move to, where me, as an ambiguous woman of color, could live proudly with my children, where I could live proudly with my brother, where he wouldn't be called the N-word, where we wouldn't be called other horrible names that have to do with the Hispanic population, the black population, being biracial. My favorite thing I'm called is a half-breed. Me as a half-breed, I am not accepted. Period. Me as a half-breed represent the other biracial, multiracial people who have chose Texas as the place to thrive. Imagine my surprise, Mr. Lopez, as the only Afro-Latina woman veteran to serve in this House, to see that our very diversity, our very equity, and our very inclusion is being attacked. What do we say to that? Do you, sir, one veteran to another, would you agree that a restriction on DEI initiatives for higher education would negatively impact our military?
Would absolutely negatively impact it. 1 out of every 5 veterans is Hispanic. 11% of those veterans are women. Those are the people that you're affecting if we move forward with this type of discriminatory practice. Thanks for your comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. And not
Do you have any other
only do I stand here as a multiracial individual, woman veteran, I also stand as a mother to 2 black men with autism.
and proud of it.
college-age black men with autism. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Sherman to speak in favor of the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I stand proudly to support Chairwoman Cabrillo resolution. I have a speech, but I am just going to speak from what the priest said this morning in his prayer. He referenced in his prayer Acts 17, verse 28. For we live and move, for we have our very being from God. And text says that we are all made of one blood. You know, I get it. I get it. There are those who are saying that DEI is preferential treatment, that it hurts other groups. Because of DEI, they feel that it provides an unfair advantage for certain people. But that's the reason that we have DEI, is because we do have unfair biases in the marketplace and in everywhere. Scripturally speaking, we're always asking the Lord to answer our prayer. But we fail to answer Jesus' prayer. In John 17:21, he prayed that we would all be one as he and his Father are one. You know, we are in some really interesting times when we are saying that we do not even want to have a requirement that everyone be considered. Last month, the great NFL coach, Tony Dungy, was here. And many of you met him and took pictures with him. And Coach Dungy said, I remember when the Rooney Rule was introduced. The Rooney Rule was introduced in 2003 because when they looked at the front office of the NFL and they looked at the coaching staff, they found that there was no diversity. They enacted the Rooney Rule in 2003, which simply said you had to interview at least one person of color. You only had to interview one person. The first year, over 20 years ago, when the Rooney Rule was introduced, we had no change. It took time, and now we have more diversity. But DEI is about providing merit opportunities for individuals that typically far exceed the best of the best. So we're not talking about a handout. We're simply talking about being righteous. You know, we have a history, and I'm not talking about as a country. I'm talking about biblically. In Exodus chapter 12, verse 38, the Bible says that when God led the children of Israel out of Egypt, he led them out, not only the children of Israel, but it was a mixed multitude. It was a mixed multitude. And when we get to Numbers chapter 12, verse 1, we find that there is a problem because Moses is married to a black woman, a Cushite. There are people who have a problem with diversity. I implore you, since I've been here, it's been really different from the local level where we talk to each other and we can change hearts and minds. All we need is 12 Republicans to stand with us that DEI is important, that it is important that we have diversity. We teach our children that it's important that they have a balanced meal. They need to have diversity on their plate. And God has created an ecosystem that is diverse.
Mr. Speaker?
It would not be sustainable.
Mr. Reynolds, for a purpose.
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Sherman. And I agree with what your sentiments are. You've referenced quite a few scriptures. Are you familiar with Proverbs 31, verse 8 and 9?
I am not exactly
That scripture, it says to speak out for the one who cannot speak, for the rights of those who are doomed. Speak out, judge fairly, and defend the rights of oppressed and needy people. Do you think that we should apply that scripture to diversity, equity, and inclusion, to minorities, to underrepresented? Isn't that what God called us to do in Proverbs 31, 8, 9?
Representative Reynolds, Chairman, you're exactly right. Just as Micah 6 and 8 tells us that we should love justice, we should be looking for righteousness.
And Representative Sherman, are you aware that the Supreme Court has not ruled diversity, equity, and inclusion as unconstitutional? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are you aware that Texas has more African Americans than any other state in the United States of America?
Approximately 4 million, sir.
Are you aware that based on the 2020 census, that African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians make up a majority of the population of the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that if we go forward without this amendment, if Rider 61 gets included in our budget, are you aware of the stigma that is going to have on the majority of the citizens in this state?
I am aware that it is grave, but I don't believe any of us realize the ramifications that this will have, economically speaking.
What kind of message with this amendment? What kind of message would it send to the African American and Hispanic communities in this state?
It clearly sends a message that whatever my hiring practices are, I want it to be universal.
And are you aware of any college or university that said that, hey, there's a problem with diversity, equity, and inclusion in the state. You guys need to remedy it. Have you heard of any problem of that sort from any university in this state?
No, sir. I have the only 4-year state college in my district in Dallas, and they are one of the most diverse universities.
Thank you, Representative Sherman. I appreciate Chairwoman Victoria Naive for bringing this amendment.
Ms. Bauer, for a purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Sherman. I'd just like to ask you a few questions because this issue really does hit home for me. Do you believe it is important that our diverse students are able to see themselves in their professors, faculty, and staff?
Do I believe that they're able to see?
That they should be able to.
Absolutely. It's proven that children perform better when they see someone who looks like them.
And do you believe that DEI initiatives can help students who are in the first in their family to attend college, who are disproportionately going to be students of color, feel more at home in their new environment?
Yes.
Were you aware that my daughter, Jade Bowers, is in the process of choosing where she will go to medical school?
I am.
Thank you. We are very proud of her, but were you aware that even at some of the most prestigious institutions that she's been accepted to, she still has the concerns of if she will get to learn from people that look like her and have life-shared experiences with her?
Yes.
Do you think that the quality of education can be affected by feeling accepted where you are?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for your time. I just had an experience of having to ask those very questions to those in places of making decisions at higher learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bowers. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say to the House floor, with all due respect, a budget is a moral document. And what we've done is essentially say that our moral document now has a strong statement against diversity, equity, and inclusion. Jesus said in Matthew 6:21, where your treasure is, that's where your heart is. This is our moral document that we are including such a statement of exclusion.
Mr. Manuel, for purpose.
Does the gentleman standing at ease answer some questions?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Okay.
With that,
can we have an extension, Mr. Speaker?
Members, Mr. Manuel moves to extend the gentleman's time. Is the objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Representative, are we still currently living under the Voting Rights Act of 1964 here in Texas?
these are interesting times, sir.
Well, are we still under the law that says that because of past racism that's still in this state, that we have to have an electorate that is diverse,
yes,
giving minorities an opportunity to have representatives that look like them here in the body?
Yes.
So don't you find it interesting that we still have to live under a federal law that says we have to be diverse because there's racism still in the state, but yet we're getting rid of diversity here in the state while the federal government says there are still problems of racism here in the state of Texas and in the South?
Yes, very much so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move close.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Weiner to speak for the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'll be brief. First, I want to address my fellow white folks in the room. We all know that the core reason behind attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs is because there is a fear that if people of color are more successful, that white people will be less successful. That is the core root of these attacks. And y'all, that's a lie. We are stronger together. We are stronger if everyone rises together. And so I want to challenge each of y'all to challenge those fears in yourself and in your own community so that we can be stronger as Texans. Second, I want to address y'all as a current student in a public university here in Texas. There's a lot of talk that issues with inadequate representation are in the past. But I sit at the University of Texas School of Law right now, and those issues of representation are still present every day. If I had been able to take a full load of classes my first year, I would have had 6 white professors and 2 non-white professors. Members, we all know that does not look like Texas. Every single one of us knows that. And that is in a school that has had the freedom to try to recruit diverse professors that look like the students they teach. And those challenges still exist in the student body as well. There are more white men named Jack in my section at University of Texas than black men. These problems still exist today. I ask you not to sweep them under the rug and instead support this amendment so that my classmates who have moved here to attend law school here in Texas don't regret their choice, because that's the conversation I'm hearing in the halls at the University of Texas right now. People wondering why they came here in a state that is attacking the diverse members of our student body and making it harder to recruit faculty that truly represent them. So members, I ask you to support Representative Neave's amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to speak in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hay estudiantes en Texas que no hablan ni entienden inglés, pero ellos necesitan ayuda a aprender inglés. Y también aprendí español en las escuelas públicas. Now, for people who don't understand me, there are people that don't speak English, and when they hear English spoken, they feel just like you did. And it is important that public universities and schools teach all people here in Texas. I learned Spanish. I'm from the hood. I'm not Hispanic, but the public schools in this state taught me to speak Spanish. And we owe the same thing to immigrants. But the thing that makes me really sad about all of this is when we think of DEI, people focus on race, the black race, the Hispanic race, when the truth is there are a lot of other diversity that need help. I will tell you, my father went to Vietnam. When my father came back from Vietnam, there weren't opportunities for him as a traumatized veteran. They call it PTSD. I believe my dad had PTSD, and my dad came back after serving his country and fighting for our freedom, and he blew his brains out because there were not opportunities for him. That's important. So DEI is not just about black or brown. I have a friend who has 2 children with autism who need help in school. And with that help in school, they can be successful. And we have an opportunity, or I think we actually have an obligation, to provide reasonable accommodations to people who need help like that, because we should not sweep away people who have autism. I also think that there are people who are not as mobile as us, who are in wheelchairs. They need reasonable accommodations to be able to roll through the halls of our universities and our educational schools so that they can be law-abiding, productive, educated citizens in this great state of Texas. I have a cousin who is deaf. Schools had an obligation to teach him ASL so that he could communicate, because I know for a fact that my cousin was extremely upset that we couldn't speak to him where he could understand, because he could not always read lips. So everybody is not, I don't even know what perfect is. Everybody does not speak English. And oh, by the way, DEI has a lot to do with, or the fear of it, is immigrants that come from the southern border. I don't hear people complaining about people coming from the northern borders, or the people coming from European borders that don't speak English. They speak Italian and French and all those other Romance languages. And so we have an obligation to educate people who come here. And I stand with Chairwoman Neave Criado with this amendment, because racism is alive and kicking. And oh, by the way, people who are older need help. They need hearing aids when they're learning. So all I'm asking you to do is please see past the race that many people see, and understand that diversity comes in really different shapes, sizes, capabilities. And if we provide an education to everyone, then we're more likely to have Texans who are productive contributors to this society, and it will create generational wealth in education. And so whatever I need to do to be supportive of you, Chairwoman, I absolutely do it. De nada.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate the spirited discussion on this amendment. However, I oppose the amendment and ask you to vote no. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Neave Criado to close on the amendment.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Ms. Isaac. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Mr. Busey voting aye. Ms. Lisa voting aye. Mr. Lopez voting aye. Mr. Van Dever voting no. Mr. Toth voting no. All members voted. There being 64 ayes and 83 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Members, we are moving on to Article 4. Ms. Please, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, may I request to have all the comments on the front and back mic on Chairwoman Victoria Niave Criado's amendment be reduced to writing and put in the journal?
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the amendments on page 277 and 278 have been moved to Article 11.